Ευχαριστούμε πολύ. Ευχαριστούμε.
Εδώ και 5 δισεκατομμύρια χρόνια μια κοσμική πηγή ενέργειας καθορίζει τη ζωή όπως την ξέρουμε, εκατομμύρια χιλιόμετρα μακριά, κι όμως στην τέλεια απόσταση ώστε να διατηρείται ζωή. Γι' αυτό κάναμε μια συμφωνία μαζί του, να κρατήσουμε αυτή την ισορροπία ανάμεσα σε εμάς και τον ήλιο, ανάμεσα στην ενέργεια και το περιβάλλον, με πρώτο μας μέλημα το σπίτι όλων μας. Αλουμίλ. Επιδιώκουμε την τελειότητα κάθε μέρα.
Πώς πετυχαίνεις έναν άθλο? Αγαπάς κάθε νέα αρχή. Σχεδιάζεις. Ονειρεύεσαι. Δημιουργείς. Και δεν σταματάς να εμπνέεσαι και να προσπαθείς μέχρι να κατακτήσεις
στα χέρια αυτού του τίμιου γίγαντα
το ακατόρθωτο.
Είναι ένας τρίαμβος
110 χρόνια. Όμιλος Ηρακλής.
πάλι τώρα. Εγώ. Κυρίες και κύριοι, καλησπέρα σας. Καλώς ορίσατε στη 10η ΕΣΟ. Μία συμπαραγωγή από το Archisearch, το περιοδικό Plus Design και φέτος μαζί με τη Στέγη. Η ημερίδα Θεσμός για το Design και την Αρχιτεκτονική φέτος γιορτάζει τη 10η διοργάνωσή της και έχει ήδη φιλοξενήσει εδώ, στην κεντρική σκηνή της Στέγης, περισσότερους από 100 διακεκριμένους ομιλητές, 10.000 άτομα κοινό και 300 διακεκριμένες εταιρείες από την Ελλάδα και το εξωτερικό σε ρόλο χορηγών, υποστηρικτών, δημιουργικών συνεργατών και φίλων. Γιορτάζουμε τα 10 χρόνια μας μετά από 2 χρόνια παύσης λόγω της πανδημίας. Μια παύση η οποία ωστόσο πυροδότησε ραγδαίες εξελίξεις που δεν έχουν βρει ακόμα την καταληκτική τους μορφή. Πιστεύουμε ότι βρισκόμαστε σε ένα σημείο μετάβασης προς άγνωστες κατευθύνσεις. Πιστεύουμε ακόμα ότι όθηση στην ιστορία δίνουν οι δράσεις και το άθροισμά τους όλων εμάς ξεχωριστά. Αυτό είναι το φετινό θέμα της ΕΣΟ, Crossing Territories, σε στρατηγική συνεργασία με το Ίδρυμα Mies van der Rohe. Σήμερα θα παρουσιαστούν και θα συζητηθούν θέματα για τη βιωσιμότητα, το φύλο και την αρχιτεκτονική, τον πολιτισμό και την κοινωνική αρχιτεκτονική μεταξύ άλλων. Ανάμεσα λοιπόν στους προσκεκλημένους μας θα διακρίνεται φιναλίστ και βραβευμένους με Mies van der Rohe, όπως ο Φρεντερίκ Τρουό, ο Χωσέ Τοράλ, ο Σάντερ Φερμούλεν και η Μαρία Λαγκαρίτα, μαζί με τον Τζοέλ Σάντερς και τον Πίτερ Μάρεϊ και κατά σειρά παρουσίας τον Θωμά Δοξιάδη, τον Ανδρέα Θεοδωρίδη, τη Λιδία Ξινογαλά, τον Πάνο Σακά, την Ήβη Διαματοπούλου, τον Τζάφερ Κόλμπ και τον Γιώργο Μητρούλια. Όπως πάντα, κατά τις προηγούμενες 2 διοργανώσεις της ΕΣΟ, έτσι και φέτος θα απονεμηθούν τα βραβεία Archisearch Lifetime Achievement Awards. Γι' αυτό το σκοπό έχουμε κοντά μας φέτος την εκπληκτική Ιρένα Σακελαρίδου, η οποία θα απονέμει τα βραβεία εκ μέρους του Archisearch στη Μάρο Καρδαμίτσι Αδάμη, στη Σέβα Καρακώστα και στην Έλα Γκόλαντα. Με την παρουσία της θα μας τιμήσει η Αφροδίτη Παναγιωτάκου, Διευθύντρια Πολιτισμού του Ιδρύματος Ωνάση, και σε ρόλο συντονιστών έχουμε κοντά μας τον Δ. Ηλία Μεσίνα, αρχιτέκτονα και πολεοδόμο και ιδρυτή της Eco Week, και την Σάρα Κολάτα, αρχιτέκτονα και ιδρύτρια του Disrupt Symposium. Σε αυτό το σημείο να ευχαριστήσουμε για την υποστήριξή τους τους χορηγούς μας και τους χορηγούς επικοινωνίας, αλλά και τους μουσικούς μας, το τρίο του εξαιρετικού μουσικού και σαξοφωνίστα Δημήτρη Βασιλάκη. Το δρόμο προς τις νέες κατευθύνσεις που θα εξερευνήσουμε σήμερα, καθ' όλη τη διάρκεια της εκδήλωσης, θα φωτίζει ο Ιβάν Μπλάση, αρχιτέκτονας και επιμελητής των βραβείων Mies van der Rohe, συνεπιμελητής της σημερινής ΕΣΟ, μαζί με τον Βασίλη Μπαρτζόκα και την Design Ambassador. Ιβάν.
We also talk about architecture as built skin, and we're very aware of it as we sit under this sun of Barcelona, that our skin is the membrane between the universe and ourselves, and that architecture is built skin. We also believe that architecture is the physics of culture, and we thank clients to give us the opportunity to translate their dreams or the dreams of the unspoken wishes of strangers. So to be an architect is an incredibly honourable profession. We are asked to make the place of the future. So we build skin. We have, in terms of sustainability, it's really what is that dimension between outside and inside. When we see the destruction that's happening on the earth at the moment, and when you see the if you like, the bombardment of buildings, you realize that buildings are the vessel of culture. Architecture is the physics of culture, and it's so wonderful to be here today, to hear all these politicians and all the people that talk about collectivity. Look at the housing, look at the cooperative, how you challenge the norms. It's really a place of courage. The standard in Europe is fantastic. So well done, Europe, for we're part of their education system, we're part of the experience of Europe. You can feel the love in this space. So thank you, everybody. It's great to be alive.
Thank you very much.
Once again, welcome in Stegi, Athens, and ESO conference.
Thank you very much, Danai. Thank you, everybody, for being here together with us. For us, it's a real pleasure and an honor, me representing today the Mies van der Rohe Foundation in Barcelona. And I wish to thank, obviously, all those that have made this possible. So thank you very much, Vasilios Bartzokas, also the Onassis Foundation, all the partners, obviously, for us being a strategical partner in this event. 10 years of the ESO conference is really great. And also, Design Ambassador and Archisearch, who are also experts of the EU Mies Awards, and which every 2 years propose works from Greece and abroad that make it possible to find inspiring works such as the ones that we have just listened to, coming from the Grafton architects when they were receiving their award some weeks ago, we could say, in Barcelona, and which I think is also very helpful for all the debates and discussions and conversations that we'll be having this afternoon. Called Crossing Territories. With Crossing Territories, we understand this place of in-between, of uncertainty, of non-evidence, of what is strange or different or even utopian, we could say. 10 years of such an event is one of these crossing places. There are borders that can be crossed and many things which still have to be thought about, but many possibilities. Crossing positions is also at the limits of citizenship, of what we understand by humanity, and architecture can use this situation to transform and set other ways of doing. So we need to be convinced that a better future is possible, that we can all be part of it. We were listening here with Yvonne Farrell speaking about community, for example. The challenges seem to be sometimes overwhelming with the social ecological transition, but that is also an opportunity for reflection. It's a way or something that gives us this possibility to think differently and make changes, possibly radical ones as well. And this is how I foresee today's presentations and conversations at ESO, a place to meet and make change possible by learning from each other's experiences. So welcome, thank you very much, and let's get started.
Thank you. Ο πρώτος προσκεκλημένος μας έρχεται από τη Νέα Υόρκη. Είναι ο Joel Sanders, αρχιτέκτονας και καθηγητής στο Yale. Με ιδιαίτερη εξειδίκευση στον συμμετοχικό σχεδιασμό, ο Joel Sanders είναι ιδρυτής του think tank και συμβουλευτικής εταιρείας Mixed Design, η οποία αποτελεί μέρος του αρχιτεκτονικού του στούντιο Joel Sanders Architect. Η σημερινή του παρουσίαση έχει θέμα Researching with a Queer Lens. Hello, Joel, and welcome in ESO.
Thank you for having me. Can you all hear me? Yeah? Thanks. Okay. Well, thanks to the Onassis Foundation. Thanks to Vasilios, one of the most energetic conference organizers I've ever had the pleasure to work with, and Yvonne for inviting me to this wonderful event. So, let me begin. Since antiquity, Western architects have designed buildings and spaces based on standards derived from studying the proportions and dimensions of two kinds of bodies. Leonardo's Vitruvian Man represents the ideal body that informed classical architecture, born in the city of Athens. And Henry Dreyfuss's diagrams illustrate the typical or so-called normal body associated with modern and contemporary architecture. However, what's important is that both the ideal body and the normal body were assumed to be white, able-bodied, heterosexual, and male. And these standards, this ergonomic data, has been the basis of design standards encoded in the textbooks and the architectural guidelines and building codes that are still in use today. However, during the 20th century, in Europe and America, architects used this supposedly objective data to validate a new science, eugenics, or scientific racism. It categorized humans into two hierarchical classes: superior, able-bodied, white people, as opposed to so-called inferior people, made inferior because of their race, their gender, or ethnicity that fell outside these prevailing norms. And at different moments in American and European history, including our own, this way of thinking has been used to justify discriminatory policies that determine who has access to and who is excluded from public space. This includes women, people of color, immigrants, and the disabled, based on a recurring argument that these communities somehow possess innate, inborn, physical, mental, or moral defects that render them unfit to enter the public realm. So over the course of my career, and I'm not a youngster, the convergence of personal and professional circumstances converged with current events and has led me to advocate for different members of these marginalized, excluded populations through what some of us call design activism. So back in 1996, my experience as a young professor, I was teaching at Princeton. I had recently come out as a gay man and against the backdrop of the AIDS crisis. And it motivated me to publish Stud, Architectures of Masculinity. The book invited artists, architects, historians, and theorists to explore the role that everyday, common built environments play in what we call the construction of toxic white masculinity. And last year, I'm proud to say that Routledge reissued the book as part of its classic series. However, looking back, the book's republication prompted me to realize that Stud is a kind of time capsule. It reflects the narrow perspective of me, a white, able-bodied gay man, that dominated a perspective my perspective that was shaped by queer activism at that time. And so now, 25 years later, current events, things like transgender visibility, the Black Lives Movement, and the global pandemic that's highlighted how vulnerable populations are disproportionately affected by the crisis, has encouraged me, and more importantly, my collaborators, one who's here today, Magda Mustafa, who came from Cairo. Please raise your hand. Okay. But we have come together, right, to cast a wider net. Rather than focus on gender alone, we consider the spatial needs of a broader segment of the population. And this intersectional approach informs Mixed Design, the inclusive design think tank that I established as a branch of my practice about 5 years ago. So Mixed Design is dedicated to combating the design's discipline's historical complicity in reinforcing racism, heteronormativity, that is like being straight, and ableism. And we work with progressive clients to develop tools that take the form of recommendations and prototypes for making everyday building types, like workplaces, campuses, and museums, safe and accessible for a wide spectrum of people with different identities and different embodiments. And here again, and most of my comments do refer to my experience as a practitioner in the US, but I hope they apply to you. But unlike most accessibility standards, they tend to focus on people with physical or sometimes sensory disabilities alone. And we instead consider the intersecting needs of a broader spectrum of the population. We consider disability, people with mobility challenges, sensory and neurodiversity challenges, gender, women, trans, non-binary folk, and culture, the spatial requirements that are associated with people who practice different religions. And to accomplish this goal, we've adopted an interdisciplinary approach. It departs from the top-down approach that I was taught as an architecture student at Columbia, embodied by the kind of heroic figure of the modern architect, Harold Rourke in this image, or today's Starchitect, who tends to be an individual solo white male genius who solves the world's problems through design alone. And so instead, responding to the complexity of human diverse experience, for each project, we assemble a cross-disciplinary team that represents different areas of expertise, design, humanities, law, and public health. And our menu of services, including raising awareness through research and lectures like this, developing inclusive guidelines and prototypes, which are derived from conducting participatory design workshops that gather stakeholders and end users to draw from their lived experience. And in addition, when we're lucky enough, we collaborate as designers, playing the role of lead architect or inclusive design consultant. So to give you a sense of what we do, let me share two mixed design initiatives. The first is Stalled, founded in 2015, in response to American controversies about transgender access to public restrooms. Over the past 4 years, Stalled has developed a prototype that we hope goes further than the generally accepted code-compliant solution for all gender bathrooms in the US. And that is illustrated here, the single-user facility. It's a room that supplements traditional sex-segregated men's or women's rooms with a single occupancy room with a sign that designates it as all gender. Although a step in the right direction, we think the single-user type, based on data, reinforces the separate but equal approach, which is characteristic of most accessibility standards in the US. Right. What it does, it provides separate physical accommodations, like a ramp or a separate entrance, you go there, which unintentionally segregate and stigmatize people who are referred to as people with special needs. So instead, our objective is to create shared environments where individuals, families, friends, and caregivers, people with diverse identities, diverse gender identities, diverse forms of human embodiment can interact, while we also provide options for people with unique functional or privacy needs. So sharing, mixing, hence our name, Mix Design. So this video, if I can get it to work, illustrates the multi-user prototype that we've developed. So we begin by removing the existing plumbing stacks and treat the bathroom as one gendered, non-gendered open space. We eliminate the corridor wall and bathroom doors, treating the bathroom as a porous extension of the corridor. We add fully enclosed toilet stalls, as well as caregiving rooms with 3 fixtures, toilet, sink, and changing tables. Then we add communal grooming and washing areas right off the main circulation path. And finally, we have more space. We've eliminated the corridor. We now replace it with a lounge that activates for everyone. Data shows that this is safer. Why? Because there are more eyes to monitor the street. Again, it allows for non-binary people that they no longer have to choose between a men or a woman's room that don't align with their identity. And most important, we think it activates public space, enhancing it for everybody. And this is another prototype we've developed, a larger one, designed for a high-traffic space like an airport. We treat the restroom as a agora-like precinct, adjacent to the main circulation concourse, animated by 3 parallel activity zones dedicated to grooming, washing, and eliminating. And Mix is now working with many institutional clients across the US to implement these multi-user types in different facilities, both new and ground up. And we also learned that it's not enough to come up with innovative design solutions. At least in the US, building codes had mandated that you must have separate men's and women's rooms. We consider ourselves binary abolitionists. We realized that making this type that we advocate viable meant changing the law, meant changing the International Plumbing Code, the model code that governs construction in the US. And so we joined forces with the American Institute of Architecture, the National Center for Transgender Equality, and we were successful. And I'm proud to say that the new version of the building code now makes the multi-user type compliant. And I'm saying that because I'm prouder of that achievement, changing the law, than I am of anything I've ever done as a designer. So I want to share a second Mix initiative. We refer to it as multisensory wayfinding. Mix has taken the challenge of designing equitable post-pandemic public spaces. We don't have a crystal ball, but we predict that the aftermath of the pandemic will irrevocably change the design of the built environment, resulting in much higher standards of health and hygiene. For Mix team members, illustrated here, We all specialize in different kinds of disabilities, are collaborating. Chumel Arroyo specializes in disability. Aaron Friedlander is a pediatric health physician. Hansel Baumann, an expert on deaf space. And again, Magda Mustafa, my friend and colleague who came from Cairo. I have to say it twice because I thank her so much for coming. It specializes with on the spatial requirements of people with autism. And so our collaboration attempts to address one of the fundamental challenges posed by COVID. We are generating space planning principles that consider the problem of the conundrum of how to reconcile, how to allow human beings to engage with one another while considering the public health imperative to restrict individuals' access from having physical contact with other people, we call it social distancing, or with the contaminating surfaces of the built environment. We found now, with the spread of the virus, all of us, or most of us, have become hyper-aware and often anxious about how to maneuver safely within one's familiar, but now disabling spaces. And so we believe that in order for people to feel safe but connected, they need public spaces designed to minimize environmental stressors induced by one, disorientation, confusing spaces that lead to unintended contacts with people and things, or overstimulation, spaces that are too noisy, too crowded, too filled with glared light. And so we have found, through studying these different populations, that reducing environmental stressors depends on environmental awareness. Sensory cues that make people aware of the presence and activities of others, especially in unfamiliar places. So, we're learning about sensory cues that combat environmental stressors by conducting a comparative study, a comparative analysis of the overlapping and common needs of these three marginalized communities. We're studying wheelchair users, deaf people, and people on the autism spectrum. And what we found is that each of these groups have developed novel behavioral and design strategies for fostering spatial awareness to fit their unique needs, and that we believe we can learn from them and apply them to general public spaces. So we're applying the outcome of our study to current projects, including this one, a new ground-up residential college located at the center of a prominent Ivy League university in the USA. It houses 550 students, a dining hall, library, lounge, and a theater. And do we have time to take us through, or are we running out of time?
We're running out of time, I'm afraid.
Oh, we're running out of time. Okay, well, what I would just quickly maybe show one image is that the idea is that we want to distinguish between what we call barrier-free zones for circulations, and microclimates that allow different populations to mix. So, for example, let me just show you this quick section. Okay, as you can see on the left, that there's a calm zone, and it features it's subdivided into microclimates that allows semi-enclosed nooks for people to engage in conversation with adjustable low-level lighting that reduces unwanted stimulation for those on the autism spectrum, and high-back seating as a visually calm background for viewing sign language. So if I had more time, I'd show you how these spaces, although ostensibly normal, okay, allow for these different intersecting populations to mix. And I just want to close by saying that mixed design believes social and environmental justice, human health and well-being are mutually reinforcing propositions. However, designing through the lens of diversity, equity, and inclusion promises to be a catalyst for creativity, a design approach that we believe will generate new and unforeseen formal innovations that will enhance everyone's experience of public space. And as Magda says, when you design for extreme conditions, we all benefit. Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you. A 10-minute conversation between Ivan and Joel.
Thank you very much. That was totally fascinating, Joel. A huge amount to take in, and I'd like to speak about performance limits, choice, accountability, and also resistance. So let us start picking up a theme that you raised at the beginning of your talk.
Can we get the slides to work?
So we'll see some images on which we will.
No,
that was the last.
I think it's no. You have to go back a few.
Yeah.
I think. No, it's forward.
This one there.
That,
okay. So a theme that you raised at the beginning of your talk: how mixed design is an outgrowth of your long-standing interest in queer space that began with the publication of your book Stud, considered to be one of the first 2 books to deal with queer space. In the book's new preface, you present a self-critical assessment of what you perceive to be the book's strengths and limitations. Let's discuss what themes you consider to be still relevant, and those that may require rethinking.
Okay, well, the theme I think is still relevant is this idea of queer performativity. It was an idea that was associated with queer theorist Judith Butler in the 1990s, and she used the figure of the drag queen to illustrate her argument that gender identity, maleness or femaleness, are not innate biological traits, but actually learned modes of behavior. And she showed how all of us, but the drag queen in particular, depends on design elements that are associated with gender, in this case femininity. The drag queen's over-the-top gestures, costume, hairstyle, makeup, but also, in this case, the glittering sequin backdrop in which she moves. So by that I mean interior design. And this notion of performance informs my work today. And it really informs 2 things. One, that it's important for us, all of us, to blur those traditional professional boundaries between interior design, landscape design, architecture, and fashion, and to look at how all of these designed elements come together to really allow us to think of the designed environment as a stage that allows all of us, like actors, to perform our daily roles and identities each day. So that I still believe in.
And tell us about what you consider some of the book's possible with drawbacks, for example.
Okay. Well, now, I mean, this image, the Stud included vintage photographs of spaces like the Piers, which has now been replaced by the Hyde Lines, and that was a space of gay cruising in the 90s. I look at this image, and I think it's cool, but it's all white people. Okay? And I reflect back and I think that there were 2 problems. One, that Stud, typical of thinking at that time, endorsed a binary concept of gender. In other words, we didn't think about intersex, transgender, gender fluid people that don't conform to this kind of traditional opposition between male and female or gay and straight. So that's one thing that we changed in our new way of thinking. And the second, as I mentioned before, in the back of this image, you can see 2 black men, in fact, sort of dressed up like white preppies, which I think is interesting. But for the most part, the book documents the experience of people like me who were at the forefront at that time of the AIDS crisis, although there were major exceptions, people who were middle class, white, and able-bodied gay men.
It seems like the work of mixed design is trying to reconcile 2 principles that seem at odds with one another. On the one hand, how to create spaces that allow diverse kinds of bodies to mix together in public space, while also accommodating people who have special functional or privacy needs. How do you deal?
Well, exactly. That comes up a lot. So on the one hand, our mantra at Mix is we say we want the maximum number of differently embodied and identified people, right, to mix and share public spaces. Okay? So this image, this is again the airport that I was talking about before, sort of exemplifies our strategy. So that on the one hand, we have a kind of open station with sinks and mirrors at different heights that allow wheelchair users, adults, children, people of small statures to mix together. But on the other hand, we recognize that there's certain populations. For example, we learned from actually audiences like this during lectures, a Muslim woman raised her hand and said, "Hey, Joel, this is cool, but it won't work for me," right? We're not allowed, people who wear hijabs, to groom and wash in front of men. So for this reason, and not only for Muslim women, but for Orthodox Jews, and even for me, I'm a very kind of modest guy, okay? we offer larger stalls that have toilet, mirror, and sink, as well as we recommend foot showers for bathroom ablutions that allow everyone the option of either sharing or having the ability to use private space. So options is the key.
Great. And you also began your presentation by discussing the role that critical design history plays in inclusive design thinking. The need for architects and designers to look back at our own history and explore our own accountability in perpetuating problematic assumptions about human identity and embodiment.
Well, again, I'm glad you raised that. So at the beginning of my presentation, I began by looking back at history, at antiquity. And in fact, it's amazing to come here to the Acropolis, which is really the foundation of, let's say, Western architecture. I've been actually studying standards like Vitruvius, derived from Athenian standards that he studied. And it's important to look back, okay? They're beautiful things that came from history, but we also learned that they're very, very problematic assumptions. And these assumptions are disseminated through the everyday text, the building codes, the textbooks that we use in school, the design manuals, that illustrate, building types or conventional codes. And we assume that these standards are self-evident, that they're determined by function, or objective bodily needs, but we have to scrutinize them, look at them as historical texts that we read critically to understand how, maybe unconsciously, they reflect but also perpetuate problematic assumptions about what it means to be a man, a woman, to be able-bodied, or to move through the world. And so, in other words, moving forward means we have to look back through the rearview mirror, become a day of reckoning, to become accountable, to understand how we came to this crossroads where we are today, and only then, by looking back, by thinking critically, can we move forward into a better alternative future.
And then, how do you convince clients to invest in this inclusive design? If inclusive design impacts in the project budget, how do you overcome the resistance of the clients, of the promoters to pay that extra?
Okay. Well, budget is a big issue, and I think I understand that this is a diverse audience, and there might be some developers out in the audience. So I would say this. You might think, right, that inclusive design costs more. And we've also studied it, and it maybe costs a little bit more, okay? But this isn't the first time that clients or patrons have resisted new standards that would impact and enhance environmental and social justice. So, for example, in America, there was so much resistance to what our first ADA laws that prescribed curb cuts or wheelchair access, okay? Likewise today, there's still many clients that say, I'm not going to pay more money for that building to make it green, okay? And I predict that in the near future, we will soon, that these ideas, which seem cutting edge or radical or more expensive, will be encoded in laws. It will be part of the everyday way in which all of us as designers are educated and the way buildings are constructed around the world. Anyway, that's my hope.
Yeah, great. Thank you very much. We have 1 minute. So I was thinking, we were speaking about Mies van der Rohe.
Oh, okay.
Okay, a little bit just, and what, how you use the image of Mies's architecture, no? And also in your work or your way of thinking.
Yeah, well, it's funny you raised that, being the head of the Mies Foundation. And I visited the Barcelona Pavilion. That really sort of changed my life, that your foundation worked on. And it gets back to this idea of the way architecture, and especially modern architecture, sort of engineers masculinity. I showed the image of the drag queen. It's obvious, femininity is obvious. It's sort of over the top, right? Yeah. But what about masculinity? And I love Mies's work. First of all, he's my favorite architect. We all kill the things that we love, like the fathers that we love. But Mies said less is more. So we say less is more masculine. And we're interested in the way in which things like the Farnsworth House or the Barcelona Pavilion, this austere, stripped-down architecture. Architecture without ornament, right, is supposedly a way in which masculinity is constructed as well as femininity. And of course, it's a contradiction because what did Mies use? Not just plain black marble, but veined marble. It had ornaments. So there's a lot of veneer, there's a lot of ornament, there's a lot of decoration, if you will, in Mies, although I think of it as a kind of style, a style that's so prevalent today that I think connotes a kind of sense of masculine intellectual austerity.
Thank you so much, Joel.
Okay.
It's been a pleasure.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Okay, thanks. Good.
Στη συνέχεια της ΕΣΟ θα δοκιμάσουμε ένα πρωτοποριακό φορμάτ για την ημερίδα μας. Είναι αυτό του πάνελ και το πρώτο πάνελ της 10ης ΕΣΟ έχει θέμα Environmental and Cultural Narratives. Θα συζητήσουν ο Θωμάς Δοξιάδης, ο Ανδρέας Θεοδωρίδης και η Λιδία Ξινογαλά με την καθοδήγηση του Ηλία Μεσίνα. Σας περιμένουμε στη σκηνή.
Πάμε δηλαδή.
Καλησπέρα, Δανάη. Καλησπέρα και από μένα. Ευχαριστώ πολύ. Θα μιλήσουμε για περιβαλλοντικές και πολιτιστικές αφηγήσεις. Έχουμε το κλικάκι. Thank you. Η ομορφιά της αρχιτεκτονικής δεν είναι μόνο υλικά, φως και σκιές. Είναι ίσως από τους λίγους τομείς που είναι σε συνεχή διαλεκτική με το χώρο, τους ανθρώπους, την ιστορία και την αφήγηση. Οι περισσότερες ανθρώπινες ιστορίες διαδραματίζονται με την αρχιτεκτονική σαν το σκηνικό της ανθρώπινης ιστορίας. Έτσι το βλέπω και για το λόγο αυτό διάλεξα να γίνω αρχιτέκτονας και όχι κάτι άλλο. Μέσα σε αυτή τη διαλεκτική, με την αρχιτεκτονική μπαίνει και το τοπίο και το περιβάλλον, για τα οποία θα μιλήσουμε και στο πάνελ. Μπορούμε και πρέπει να δουλεύουμε με το περιβάλλον και όχι ενάντια στο περιβάλλον. Και εδώ, όπως βλέπουμε, η γεωθερμία μπορεί να μας προσφέρει ψήξη και θέρμανση με ελάχιστη χρήση ενέργειας. Μέσα σε αυτή τη διαλεκτική μπαίνει και η ιστορία. Θα μιλήσουμε για την προσέγγιση στην διδασκαλία αλλά και στην επιμέλεια εκθέσεων. Στην αρχιτεκτονική ανακαλύπτουμε την ιστορία ενός κτηρίου και τα ίχνη ενός άλλου αρχιτέκτονα μέσα από το ιστορικό κτίριο. Γνωρίζουμε την ιστορία του, αλλά μαθαίνουμε και από τη δική του αρχιτεκτονική διαδρομή. Και όπως κάνουν και οι μεγάλοι φιλόσοφοι, τότε ανεβαίνουμε στους ώμους του για να αναδείξουμε στη συνέχεια το δικό του κτίριο, αλλά με τη δική μας παρέμβαση, που μέσα από την έμπνευση που μας προκάλεσε το κτίριο το δικό του. Πολλές φορές μπορεί η δουλειά μας να μην φαίνεται, διότι συμβιώνουμε τόσο με το φυσικό τοπίο, που αυτό που φτιάξαμε μπορεί να φαίνεται σαν να ήταν πάντα εκεί. Αν αυτό συμβαίνει, τότε έχουμε καταφέρει να σταματήσουμε το χρόνο και να γίνουμε αναπόσπαστο μέρος του τόπου στον οποίο χτίζουμε. Σχεδόν σαν να μην χτίσαμε ποτέ. Πώς? Με τα υλικά και τις παραδοσιακές πρακτικές, όπως δίδασκε και ο αείμνηστος δάσκαλος, ο οποίος ήταν δάσκαλος και για μένα, ο Χάσαν Φάτχη. Τα υλικά δεν έρχονται πια από τα ορυχεία. Οι πόλεις έχουν γίνει πλέον τα πιο πλούσια θεματοφυλάκια, στα οποία μπορούμε να ανακαλύψουμε υλικά και έμπνευση για νέες κατασκευές, αλλά και για εγκαταστάσεις. Τα ελαφρά υλικά μας επιτρέπουν τον πειραματισμό και μέσα από τον πειραματισμό γεννιούνται και νέες ιδέες. Και τέλος, η έμπνευση. Καταρχήν, η έμπνευση που μας δίνει το φυσικό τοπίο μέσα στην πόλη. Αλλά και η έμπνευση του τοπίου με την αρχιτεκτονική και το ελεύθερο σχέδιο που μας επιτρέπει να απορροφήσουμε την αρμονία αυτή του τοπίου, όπως είναι στους Δελφούς, και από την άλλη να μάθουμε πώς μπορούμε να περάσουμε την έμπνευση αυτή και στο χαρτί. Θα ξεκινήσουμε λοιπόν με την έμπνευση, αλλά πρώτα απ' όλα να γνωρίσουμε τους πανελίστες μας. Λοιπόν, έχουμε κοντά μας τη Λιδία Ξινογαλά, η οποία είναι αρχιτέκτον και υποψήφια διδάκτορ στο ETH στην Ζηρίχη. Η Λιδία δημιουργεί αρχιτεκτονική και τοπία, αντικείμενα και αφηγήσεις. Κοντά μας είναι και ο Θωμάς Δοξιάδης. Ο Θωμάς είναι αρχιτέκτονας και αρχιτέκτονας τοπίου από το Χάρβαρντ και ιδρυτής του γραφείου Δοξιάδης Πλάς. Κοντά μας είναι και ο δόκτωρ Ανδρέας Θεοδωρίδης, ο οποίος είναι αρχιτέκτονας και ερευνητής αειφόρων συστημάτων κτηρίων και επιστημονικός συνεργάτης στο κέντρο CA στο Yale. Καλησπέρα σε όλους. Καλησπέρα. Λοιπόν, είπαμε ότι θα ξεκινήσουμε με την έμπνευση. Λοιπόν, ο σχεδιασμός ξεκινάει από μια ιδέα, όπως ξεκινάει και από ένα πολιτιστικό, κοινωνικό, οικονομικό και περιβαλλοντικό πλαίσιο. Θεωρούμε το πλαίσιο ως περιορισμό ή ως ίσως τα χρώματα της παλέτας που μας επιτρέπει το σχέδιο να γίνει πιο πλούσιο. Θα ήθελα να ακούσω από εσάς ποιο είναι για εσάς το σημείο εκκίνησης, το σημείο της έμπνευσης. Και να αρχίσουμε με τον Ανδρέα.
Χαίρομαι πάρα πολύ. Ευχαριστώ πολύ για την πρόσκληση. Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ που μαζί θα δημιουργήσουμε αυτή την ωραία συνομιλία, ελπίζω σήμερα. Βασίλη, ευχαριστώ. Νομίζω για εμάς η έμπνευση έχει να κάνει πάρα πολύ με το συγκεκριμένο project που δουλεύουμε κάθε φορά. Φυσικά, ξεκινάμε πάντα με μία μελέτη του χώρου που θα δημιουργήσουμε, των συνθηκών που έχει και βάσει των προγραμμάτων που κάνουμε στα ερευνητικά μας προγράμματα, σίγουρα μελετάμε περιβαλλοντικές συνθήκες, ποιότητες υλικών, ενεργειακές αποδόσεις, όλα αυτά τα πράγματα που έχουν αρχίσει να μπαίνουν πάρα πολύ τον τελευταίο καιρό στη συγκεκριμένη ατζέντα των αρχιτεκτονικών μας project. Φυσικά όλα αυτά τα κάνουμε σε σχέση πάντα και με τους χρήστες που απευθυνόμαστε. Υπάρχει μια μακρά συζήτηση γύρω από τα θέματα που πρέπει να συμπεριλάβουμε ως απαντήσεις μέσω των συγκεκριμένων project. Γιατί πάνω απ' όλα, όταν μιλάμε για συστήματα που απαιτούν και μια σχετική ιδιαιτερότητα συνήθως από τον χρήστη, πρέπει να μπορέσεις να έχεις τη σύμφωνη γνώμη ώστε να υπάρχει μια διαλειτουργικότητα. Έχουμε δει παραδείγματα παλιότερα, όπως το ηλιακό χωριό στην Πεύκη, που ενώ στη μελέτη του υποσχόταν πάρα πολλά πράγματα, υπήρξε ένα πρόβλημα στη λειτουργία του, γιατί πολλοί από τους χρήστες αδυνατούσαν να συμπεριλάβουν κάποιες από τις καθημερινές τους λειτουργίες σαν μέρος της κουλτούρας και του κτηριακού σχεδιασμού του μελετητικού. Οπότε, πέρα από την έμπνευση, πολλά από τα πράγματα που συζητάμε έχουν να κάνουν με το πώς θα μπορέσει να συνυπάρξει η συγκεκριμένη δουλειά με τους χρήστες, το μέρος και τις περιβαλλοντικές συνθήκες που έχουμε να κάνουμε για το συγκεκριμένο project.
Ωραία. Ευχαριστούμε. Λιδία.
Καλησπέρα και ευχαριστώ πολύ για την πρόσκληση και τη δυνατότητα να έχουμε αυτό το διάλογο απόψε. Ηλία, αναφέρθηκες στο περιβάλλον και θα ήθελα και εγώ να αναφερθώ στο περιβάλλον σαν έμπνευση, είτε είναι το φυσικό, κοινωνικό, ιστορικό, σε σχέση με την υλικότητά του. Καθώς η δουλειά μου έχει πολλαπλές κλίμακες, από αντικείμενα σε κτίρια ή στο τοπίο ή στη μελέτη ευρύτερων περιοχών, territory, και η ιδέα του περιβάλλοντος είναι πάντα στο επίκεντρο. Αντλώ πολλές αναφορές από τη γεωλογία και τις φυσικές επιστήμες, όπως στο έργο αυτό που βλέπουμε, που είναι ένα παραθαλάσσιο πάρκο στο Λουτράκι, όπου η γεωλογική ανάλυση του εδάφους αποτελεί αφετηρία για το σχεδιασμό. Το περιβάλλον, λοιπόν, αποτελεί για μένα έμπνευση και αυτό μπορεί καμιά φορά να είναι μη αναγνωρίσιμα στοιχεία ενός τόπου, όπως για παράδειγμα κτίρια για αγροτικές εργασίες που βρίσκουμε διάσπαρτα στο ελληνικό τοπίο, ως αναφορά για την κατασκευή μιας κατοικίας. Η πρόσμιξη, η μίξη υλικών και η επεξεργασία τους, ιδέες για τη φύση και πώς ιστορικά ενσωματώνεται στην καθημερινότητά μας. Συχνά όμως παρατηρώ ότι ένα περιβάλλον μπορεί να κρύβει αντί να αποκαλύπτει στοιχεία. Και εκεί για μένα το σημείο εκκίνησης, θα έλεγα, είναι η διαμόρφωση μιας μεθοδολογίας και ενός τρόπου προσέγγισης, όπως αυτά τα έργα που είναι σε μια διαφορετική γεωγραφία, στην έρημο, στην Νεβάντα, στην Αμερική, όπου η μελέτη για κτίρια που στεγάζουν ραδιενεργά απόβλητα στην έρημο, η αντιμετώπιση τους που φέρνω στο project είναι ως απολιθώματα της σύγχρονης εποχής. Ή η συνύπαρξη και διαταραχή μιας εύθραυστης ισορροπίας, όπως βλέπουμε εδώ, από την κατασκευή σταθμών υδροηλεκτρικής ενέργειας. Και θα κλείσω να πω ότι σε πολλά έργα αφετηρία αποτελεί μια αμφισβήτηση αυτή της μεγάλης διαίρεσης, ότι η διάκριση μεταξύ φύση, κοινωνία, άνθρωπος με ζώο, ή φυσικό και οικοδομημένο περιβάλλον, και εκεί προσπαθώ να κάνω τα όρια λιγότερο ευδιάκριτα.
Ωραία. Θωμά.
Σε ένα ταξίδι στην Αυστραλία, από την οποία έχουμε μάθει πολλά πράγματα, σε ένα ιδιαίτερα έρημο τοπίο υπήρχαν κάτι μικρές τρύπες, τόσες, τις οποίες πραγματικά, αν δεν τις έδειχνε κάποιος, δεν θα τις παρατηρούσες. Αυτές οι τρύπες ήταν τα σημεία, τα χαμηλότερα στο έδαφος, στα οποία όταν είχε βροχή ή μαζευόταν νερό, μάζευαν νερό οι αμπορίγινες, οι ηθαγενείς της Αυστραλίας, και έτσι μπορούσαν να ζήσουν σε αυτά τα τοπία. Οι εικόνες από πάνω καμία σχέση, οπότε μπορείτε και να τις αγνοήσετε.
Παρά είναι πράσινες.
Είναι άλλης λογικής. Λοιπόν, ξαφνικά γυρνώντας στην Ελλάδα συνειδητοποίησα ότι τα τοπία που έβλεπα τόσα χρόνια ως τοπία, κυρίως ας πούμε τα τοπία με τις πεζούλες, τα οποία τα έβλεπα ως τοπία συγκράτησης χώματος και τοπία για να μπορείς να καλλιεργείς, είναι βασικά κάτι άλλο, είναι τοπία διαχείρισης νερού. Και είναι προφανές τώρα, αφού το σκέφτηκα, ότι ο μόνος τρόπος που μπορούσαν να ζήσουν οι άνθρωποι σε αυτά τα νησιά τα καλοκαίρια ήταν με μια πάρα πολύ προσεκτική διαχείριση νερού. Αυτό που μου έμεινε και μας έμεινε σαν ομάδα είναι ότι βασικά είμαστε τυφλοί στα σημαντικά πράγματα. Τα σημαντικά πράγματα μας είναι κρυμμένα και πρέπει να κάνουμε πάρα πολύ προσεκτική και λεπτή δουλειά για να τα ανακαλύπτουμε. Θεωρούμε λοιπόν πλέον ότι η βασική μας δουλειά είναι ένα σκύψιμο με πάρα πολύ αγάπη πάνω σε αυτό που υπάρχει πραγματικά μπροστά μας και από αυτό μαθαίνουμε για να πάμε στη συνέχεια, όποια συνέχεια και να είναι αυτή.
Ωραία. Να μιλήσουμε τώρα λίγο για αφηγήσεις, για τα narratives. Η αφήγηση μέσα από το σχεδιασμό. Τι ιστορία θέλουμε να πούμε μέσα από το κτίριο ή το τοπίο και πώς η αφήγηση αυτή εμπλουτίζεται από την αειφορία. Θωμά, θα αρχίσω μαζί σου και θέλω να σε ρωτήσω για την αφήγηση του τοπίου αλλά και των ζωντανών οργανισμών που είδαμε και στις εικόνες. Πώς όλα τελικά γίνονται μια παλέτα και πώς η φύση μας βοηθάει να διαμορφώσουμε την αφήγηση του σχεδιασμού.
Λοιπόν, ο σχεδιασμός είναι αφήγηση με την εξής έννοια. Μέσα από το σχεδιασμό νοηματοδοτείς. Δεν φτιάχνεις απλώς φόρμες, φτιάχνεις, επικοινωνείς ιδέες και νοήματα. Το ερώτημα είναι τι νοήματα θέλουμε να επικοινωνούμε στην τωρινή εποχή. Η απάντηση που έχουμε δώσει εμείς σαν γραφείο εδώ και 20 χρόνια είναι ότι, παιδιά, αγαπάμε πάρα πολύ αυτό που υπάρχει. Αγαπάμε τον πλανήτη, αγαπάμε τα ζώα, αγαπάμε τα φυτά και θέλουμε να μάθουμε στον εαυτό μας και στους άλλους να εκτιμούν καταρχήν αυτό που υπάρχει. Εκεί έχουμε και ένα shortcut, δηλαδή έχουμε μια ευκολία που είναι ότι χρησιμοποιούμε την παλέτα των τοπικών φυτών, ας πούμε, για να δείξουμε την αξία των τοπικών φυτών. Άρα υπάρχει υπάρχει ένα ταυτόσιμο που μας βολεύει. Σε κάθε περίπτωση είναι επιλογή του καθένα μας τι θα επικοινωνήσει μέσα από τη δουλειά του. Νομίζω ότι στην παρούσα πολιτιστική φάση της ανθρωπόκαινου και της εποχής που η ανθρωπότητα όλο και σβήνει πράγματα και μετά λέει «Ωχ, τα άσβησα, αλλά δεν μπορεί να τα ανακτήσει», πάλι η αξιολόγηση και η αγάπη και η αξιοποίηση αυτού που ήδη υπάρχει είναι το κορυφαίο και αυτό στο οποίο, μέσα από το οποίο και το οποίο θέλουμε να επικοινωνούμε.
Ναι. Αντρέα, σε ρωτήσω για την αφήγηση μέσα από αυτά που δεν βλέπουμε, αλλά μπορούμε να μετρήσουμε. Πώς μπορούμε να κάνουμε μετρήσιμο τον εμπειρικό σχεδιασμό? Και αυτή είναι μια ερώτηση που την ανέφερες όταν συζητούσαμε. Με τι αφετηρία ξεκινάμε τον πειραματισμό και πώς αυτό οδηγεί σε μια διαφορετική αφήγηση στην αρχιτεκτονική?
Μπορώ να σας μιλήσω για μια λίγο κάπως προσωπική εμπειρία, αλλά που πιστεύω ότι τη ζήσαμε οι περισσότεροι που ήμασταν στην Ελλάδα το 2012, όταν λόγω των φόρων που βάλανε στο πετρέλαιο για τις καυστήρες της πολυκατοικίας, αρχίσαν όλοι να καίνε ό,τι βρίσκαν μπροστά τους και ξαφνικά η ατμόσφαιρά μας κατακλείστηκε από διαφόρων ειδών σωματίδια σε ρυθμούς που ήταν πραγματικά τοξικοί. Και ως αρχιτέκτονας τότε που δημιουργούσα και εγώ πράγματα στην Ελλάδα και σε άλλα μέρη ανά τον κόσμο, ίσως, ένιωσα λίγο αμήχανα, ένιωσα λίγο αδύναμος, μην ξέροντας πώς να αντιμετωπίσω αυτό το φαινόμενο. Και ήταν και ο λόγος που με έσπρωξε ώστε να αποφασίσω ότι θέλω να κάνω έρευνα πάνω σε τέτοιου είδους καταστάσεις. Τι είναι αυτό που μετράμε, τι είναι αυτό που είναι αόρατο, υπάρχει κάποιος τρόπος αντιμετώπισης. Τελικά, τι είναι η ατμοσφαιρική ρύπανση? Υπάρχουν λύσεις που μπορούμε να δημιουργήσουμε σαν αρχιτέκτονες για τα συγκεκριμένα πράγματα? Και αυτό με οδήγησε στο διδακτορικό μου, στην έρευνά μου, τι είναι η ατμοσφαιρική ρύπανση, πώς τη μετράμε, πηγαίνοντας και λίγο σε αυτά που λέει ο Θωμάς, πώς συλλειτουργούμε με τη φύση. Υπάρχουν τρόποι να δούμε το αόρατο, υπάρχει τρόπος να μετρήσουμε. Και τελικά η διαπίστωση είναι ότι ναι, φυσικά υπάρχει. Σε διάφορους άλλους χώρους που είναι κυρίως επιστημονικά δομημένοι, οι άνθρωποι κάνουν υποθέσεις, δημιουργούν πειράματα και κάποια στιγμή βλέπουν τα αποτελέσματα. Έτσι ακριβώς γίνεται και με τα φαινόμενα αυτά. Ενδεχομένως, νομίζω, στην αρχιτεκτονική χρειάζεται να μεταβούμε μερικά στάδια παρακάτω και να αρχίσουμε να υλοποιούμε υποθέσεις γύρω από προβλήματα που ίσως είναι αόρατα αυτή τη στιγμή στο μάτι. Πολλά από τα πράγματα που λέμε, άνεση στο χώρο, θερμική άνεση, καλή ποιότητα αέρα, καλός φωτισμός κτλ., υπάρχουν τρόποι πια να μετρηθούν. Σε ερευνητικά κέντρα που δουλεύω, αυτή τη στιγμή επεξεργαζόμαστε δεδομένα για ατμοσφαιρική ρύπανση και ταυτόχρονα προσπαθούμε, έχουμε φτάσει πια στο επίπεδο, να μελετάμε τις μικροβιακές κοινότητες που είναι συνυφασμένες με αυτού του είδους την κατάσταση. Αν νομίζω ότι αυτά δεν μας επηρεάζουν, μπορώ να σας πω ότι ακόμα και το διοξείδιο του άνθρακα, που είναι ένα από τα λιγότερο επιβλαβή σωματίδια, σε συνθήκες σαν αυτήν εδώ του χώρου, πιθανότατα όταν ανεβαίνει σε ένα επίπεδο αρκετά υψηλότερο, αρχίζει και πέφτει η εγκεφαλική κατανόηση των πραγμάτων. Και σε αρκετά μεγάλο βαθμό, ακριβώς. Σε τέτοιο βαθμό που να μπορεί να σε δυσκολέψει, αν ανέβουν σε μεγάλη στάθμη, να μπορείς να συγκεντρωθείς σε πράγματα που είναι απαιτητικά στον εργασιακό σου χώρο. Wow. Οπότε, νομίζω θα σας αφήσω εδώ για να μην σας τρομάξω άλλο με αυτά τα πράγματα. Αλλά...
Υπάρχει και θετική πλευρά όμως.
Φυσικά, πάντα.
Λοιπόν, να μιλήσουμε τώρα για υλικά. Η Λίδια θα μας μιλήσει για την αφήγηση του υλικού. Η έρευνα και η πρακτική σου συνδυάζουν υλικές προσεγγίσεις και ζητήματα φροντίδας και χρόνου. Μπορείς να μας μιλήσεις πιο συγκεκριμένα για το ενδιαφέρον σου με τα υλικά, αλλά και την αφήγηση.
Άλλος είναι στην ουσία η σύνοψη της δουλειάς μου και είναι διάφορα παιχνίδια λέξεων και ένα από αυτά είναι το S που πρόκειται για stories. Και ναι, μεν γράφω ιστορίες για το διδακτορικό μου, που είναι στο ΕΤΧ της Ζηρίχης και είναι πάνω στις λουτροπόλεις της Ελλάδας τον 20ο αιώνα, και πώς το κράτος δημιούργησε μια κουλτούρα φροντίδας τότε μέσα από φυσικούς πόρους. Εκεί, λοιπόν, επικεντρώνω την αφήγηση στα ορυκτά, που είναι η υλικότητα στην ουσία αυτού του κινήματος. Αλλά και με τα έργα που πραγματοποιώ, επιθυμώ να πω μια ιστορία, είτε αυτά είναι υλικά που μας είναι γνώριμα, αλλά είναι συνδυασμένα με έναν τρόπο που μας είναι ανίκιος, αλλά με απασχολεί πάρα πολύ και η ιδεοντολογία των υλικών, από πού προέρχεται κάτι, τι σημαίνει η εξόρυξή του και ποιες είναι οι αλυσίδες παραγωγής. Τώρα, σχετικά με την αειφορία και την υλικότητα, με απασχολεί η ιδέα της συντήρησης, γιατί πολύ συχνά βλέπουμε υλικά που θεωρούνται sustainable ως προς την παραγωγή τους, όμως μπορεί να κρύβουν κάτι που λέγεται externalities, για παράδειγμα η ενέργεια που ξοδεύεται για τη μεταφορά τους, ή απαιτούν μεγάλη συντήρηση, που επομένως να μην είναι δυνατή μέσα στο έργο. Και για να πω ένα παράδειγμα, όταν μου ανατέθηκε να σχεδιάσω ένα τμήμα του παραλιακού μετώπου στο Λουτράκι, ένα μεγάλο μέρος της συζήτησης με το Δήμο ήταν βασικά η επιλογή των υλικών. Γιατί ζητούσαν υλικά που δεν φθύρονται, υλικά που δεν χρειάζονται καθόλου συντήρηση. Όμως το γνωρίζουμε πως δεν γίνεται να κάνεις έργο το οποίο να μην υπάρχει ύπαρξη συντήρησης, γιατί αλλιώς καταλήγει κατεστραμμένο και μετά στην ουσία χρειάζεται να αντικατασταθεί. Οπότε εκεί είναι πολύ σημαντική η ανάγκη της φροντίδας μέσα στο χρόνο, ως κομμάτι μιας προσέγγισης αειφορίας, η οποία δεν έχει να κάνει όμως με το ρόλο του αρχιτέκτονα να τελειώνει με την ολοκλήρωση ενός έργου, αλλά και για τη μέριμνα και εξέλιξή του μέσα από τη χρήση στο χρόνο.
Ωραία. Τώρα, να μιλήσουμε λίγο για την εκπαίδευση και την παιδεία του αρχιτέκτονα, γιατί έχουμε και εδώ και νέους αρχιτέκτονες και νομίζω θα τους ενδιαφέρει. Κάποτε μπορούσε ένας αρχιτέκτονας να σχεδιάσει, να διδάξει τα ίδια για μια δεκαετία. Σήμερα όλα αλλάζουν μέσα σε λίγους μήνες. Πώς, κατά τη γνώμη σας, η εκπαίδευση του αρχιτέκτονα με τις ραγδαίες εξελίξεις του σήμερα συνδέεται και με την αειφορία, αλλά και με την κλιματική αλλαγή? Να ξεκινήσουμε με τη Λιδία.
Θωμά, ανέφερες και εσύ την ανθρωπόκαινο περίοδο και είναι όντως ένας όρος τον οποίο τον ακούμε παντού, που είναι η επιρροή του ανθρώπου όχι μόνο πάνω στο κλίμα, αλλά και στη δημιουργία μιας νέας γεωλογικής εποχής. Κατά κάποιο τρόπο όμως είναι και ένας προβληματικός όρος, γιατί βάζει τον άνθρωπο στο κέντρο και κατά κάποιο τρόπο αγνοεί κάποιες άλλες οντότητες. Γι' αυτό το λόγο δίδαξα ένα σεμινάριο φέτος στο ΕΤΧ, που ήταν για την αρχιτεκτονική και τη γεωλογία, γιατί θα ήθελα να κατανοήσουμε και με τους μαθητές αρχιτεκτονικής καλύτερα τι σημαίνει να σκέφτεσαι γεωλογικά. και πώς μπορούν κάποιες αρχές που σχηματίστηκαν το 18ο-19ο αιώνα να μας εμπνεύσουν με κάποια εργαλεία για να μπορέσουμε να δούμε τον κόσμο και να καταλάβουμε τις γρήγορες αλλαγές του. Και δεδομένου αυτών των εξελίξεων, η εκπαίδευση του αρχιτέκτονα για μένα χρειάζεται να είναι σε ανοιχτό διάλογο με τη φιλοσοφία και τις επιστήμες και ενώ είναι σημαντικό από τη μία να αναγνωρίσουμε τις συνέπειες της ανθρωπότητας πάνω στις διάφορες οικολογίες του πλανήτη, αλλά η σκέψη πάντα με όρους άνθρωπος έναντι του κόσμου μας δίνει κιόλας μια ίσως ψευδή αίσθηση δύναμης που μας προστατεύει λίγο από το να σκεφτούμε ολιστικά. Και επίσης παρατηρώ υπάρχει και μια τεκνοκρατική και θα έλεγα ίσως rather masculine προσέγγιση, πως όλα μπορούν να αληθούν και να γυρίσουν στο πώς ήταν με τη βοήθεια της τεχνολογίας. Σε ένα βιβλίο έρευνα που έκανα, που μιλούσε για μια πόλη της Ρωσίας, σε ένα από τα μεγαλύτερα ορυχεία σιδήρου, το project αυτό είναι μια κριτική σε αυτή την άποψη, ότι δεν μπορούν να πάνε όλα πίσω. Οπότε για μένα η παιδεία του αρχιτέκτονα, όχι μόνο ως φοιτήτρια, έχει να κάνει με την εξάσκηση της προσοχής και δίνοντας προσοχή από τις ροές των υλικών στις παραγωγές εργασίας ως όλα αλληλένδετα κομμάτια.
Ωραία. Θωμά.
Εγώ επηρεάστηκα πολύ προφανώς από τη δική μου πορεία που ξεκίνησε ως αρχιτέκτονας, στοχευμένος σε πράγματα που θα μείνουν για πάντα και τα οποία έχουν ίσως λίγο πιο μνημιακό χαρακτήρα και μεταεξελισσόμενος αρχιτέκτονας, το οποίο που μαθαίνεις ότι αυτό με το οποίο έχεις να δουλέψεις είναι ροές. Είναι πράγματα τα οποία συνέχεια τρέχουν μέσα από τα χέρια σου, τα οποία όμως μπορείς να επηρεάσεις. Νομίζω το ίδιο είναι και η παιδεία και η εκπαίδευση. Μπορείς να δώσεις στους επόμενους ό,τι έχεις μάθει από γνώσεις. Πιο σημαντικά μπορείς να τους δώσεις κάποια συμπεράσματα και κάποια εργαλεία που έχεις μαζέψει και από εκεί και πέρα να το αφήσεις αυτό να ανθίσει όπως πρέπει να ανθίσει. Θα επιστρέψω λίγο πάλι στο ότι, και νομίζω προκύπτει λίγο και σαν συμπέρασμα όλου του πάνω, ότι η εποχή που ο αρχιτέκτονας κατά κάποιο τρόπο ήταν ο εκφραστής της ουτοπίας, μάλλον πρέπει να θεωρήσουμε ότι έχει περάσει, ότι πρέπει να περάσει, πρέπει να φύγει. Πλέον ο αρχιτέκτονας πρέπει να είναι ο εκφραστής και ο υλοποιητής της εντοπίας, δηλαδή το πώς θα μπορέσουμε μέσα στον τόπο και μέσα στη γη, όπως είναι αυτή η γη, και όχι φανταζόμενοι ταξίδια στον Άρη που θα μας λύσουν, όπως λες, και η τεχνολογία θα λύσει τα προβλήματα, πώς μέσα σε μία κατάσταση η οποία είναι πολύ ατελής, αλλά συγχρόνως πάρα πολύ όμορφη και η οποία συμπεριλαμβάνει και πολύ δύσκολα πράγματα όπως ο θάνατος, πράγμα με τον οποίο εμείς αρχιτέκτονες δηλαδή έχουμε μία σχέση λίγο δύσκολη. Πώς θα μπορέσουμε να αποκτήσουμε σαν αρχιτέκτονες και να αποκτήσουν οι αρχιτέκτονες μία νέα σχέση απέναντι στα πράγματα, η οποία θα είναι μια σχέση αγάπης, παρατήρηση, νομίζω, μια πολύ καλή λέξη. Προσοχής. Μπράβο. Αγάπης, προσοχής, ένα σπρώξιμο των πραγμάτων προς μια κατεύθυνση, αλλά μετά και το να είσαι εντάξει, να τα αφήνεις να φύγουν και να πάρουν μια απορία που μπορεί να είναι πολύ διαφορετική από αυτή που έχεις προδιαγράψει.
Προσθέσω και σεβασμός.
Σεβασμός, βέβαια.
Μιας και μιλάμε για συνύπαρξη.
Αντρέα, πες μας.
Νομίζω ότι κάπως θα συνεχίσω από τη συζήτηση από τους δύο προηγούμενες ομιλητές μας και θα συμπλήρωνα ότι ενδεχομένως, ναι, τα πράγματα αλλάζουν πάρα πολύ. Ένα από τα πράγματα που δουλεύουμε πάρα πολύ στο Yale και στα ερευνητικά κέντρα που έχω συνεργαστεί μέχρι τώρα είναι περιβαλλοντικές ροές. Υπάρχει η έννοια του χρόνου πάνω στο πώς μετατρέπονται υλικά, πώς μετατρέπονται ενεργειακές ροές και άλλων πράγματα. Μετράμε υλικά, μετράμε embodied energy, αειφορία, μετράμε, ξέρω εγώ, carbon embodied, ακόμα και energy, για όσοι είναι σχετικοί με τη δουλειά του Howard Odum. Αλλά έχω την αίσθηση ότι πια στις αρχιτεκτονικές σχολές πρέπει να αρχίσουμε να μιλάμε και για μια εκπαίδευση που θα συμπεριλαμβάνει άλλες ειδικότητες πέρα από τις κλασικές που ξέραμε μέχρι τώρα. Δηλαδή, αρχιτεκτονική, ενδεχομένως κάποια μαθήματα από πολιτικούς μηχανικούς, ίσως και κάποιους μηχανολόγους. Πρέπει να περάσουμε στην εποχή που θα αρχίσουμε να χρησιμοποιούμε και άλλες ειδικότητες στην εκπαίδευσή μας, νομίζω. Εμείς, συγκεκριμένα στα κέντρα που δουλεύουμε, που είναι κέντρα ερευνητικά, αλλά ταυτόχρονα υπάρχουν και φοιτητές που είναι από προπτυχιακά στάδια, Έχουμε μέσα από βιολόγους μέχρι ανθρώπους που μιλάνε για big data με computers analysis, ώστε να μπορούν να μελετάνε όλα αυτά τα δεδομένα που συγκεντρώνουμε. Ανθρώπους που είναι ειδικοί στο να μετράνε και να δημιουργούν sensors ή μηχανές αναζήτησης ή πλοήγησης ή διαφόρων άλλων ειδών πράγματα. Δημιουργούμε τρόπους που να παρουσιάζονται όλα αυτά, γιατί όσο και να κάνεις τη δουλειά, όσο και να μπορέσεις να συλλέξεις τα δεδομένα σου και να δημιουργήσεις τα πράγματα που πρέπει, αν δεν μπορείς να τα παρουσιάσεις στον κόσμο, δεν θα μπορέσεις να έχεις κάποιο είδους επίδραση. Πριν 2 χρόνια είχαμε κάποιο είδους χρηματοδότηση από το Bill και Melinda Gates Foundation. Το τελικό αποτέλεσμα βγήκε σε μια ψηφιακή πλατφόρμα. Χρειάστηκε να συνεργαστούν άνθρωποι από πάρα πολλές ειδικότητες, που όσο καλοί και αν είμαστε ως αρχιτέκτονες σε διάφορα ψηφιακά εργαλεία, σίγουρα δεν έχουμε το χρόνο να αφιερώσουμε όσο έχουν κάποιοι άλλοι ειδικοί. Οπότε, χωρίς συνεργασία με πολλές άλλες ειδικότητες, νομίζω ότι κάποια στιγμή θα πρέπει να αρχίσουμε να ανταποκρινόμαστε λίγο καλύτερα στις εξωτερικές συνθήκες που βιώνουμε αυτές τον καιρό.
Ωραία. Τώρα να μιλήσουμε λίγο για την έκθεση σαν μέσο έκφρασης. Έχετε όλοι ασχοληθεί με την έκθεση του έργου σας με τρόπο που εμπεριέχει και την αφήγηση. Τι μηνύματα θέλετε να περάσετε που αφορούν στην ιστορία, το μέλλον, αλλά και τι αντίδραση θέλετε να δημιουργήσετε στους επισκέπτες. Πώς η έκθεση, που είναι κάτι πολύ προσωρινό, μπορεί να προσαρμοστεί σε έναν αειφορικό κόσμο. Και να ξεκινήσουμε με τον Ανδρέα.
Η αλήθεια είναι ότι ναι, στη δουλειά μας χρησιμοποιούμε πολλά μέσα, όπως ανέφερα, που εκθέτουμε διαφόρων ειδών εργαλεία. Αυτό που βλέπετε, ας πούμε, είναι ένα project που εν μέρει είχε χρηματοδότηση από τα Ηνωμένα Έθνη, δημιουργήθηκε από το Yale και το παρουσιάσαμε ως ένα κομμάτι ολοκληρωμένων συστημάτων για κατοίκηση σε μέρη που υπάρχει πρόβλημα με τη στέγαση, ζώνες πολέμων ή ζώνες που έχουν προβλήματα στέγασης λόγω των καιρικών φαινομένων ή μετανάστευση και όλα αυτά τα πράγματα, προσπαθώντας να έχουμε αντίκτυπο εκεί που πιστεύουμε ότι μπορεί να αλλάξουν κάπως ή να εισάγουμε καινούριες έννοιες πάνω σε ανθρώπους που έχουν τη δύναμη να αλλάξουν νομοθεσίες, δεδομένα, να επιφέρουν δραστικές αλλαγές. Η Ηνωμένα Έθνη είναι ένα από τα καλύτερα μέρη που μπορείς να το κάνεις αυτό. Υπήρχε μια μεγάλη ανταπόκριση. Συνεχίζεται το project σε άλλα μέρη ανά τον κόσμο. Και φυσικά αυτό είναι ένα μόνο από τα project. Σε επίπεδο μικρότερης κλίμακας, φυσικά αρχιτεκτονικές εκθέσεις κτλ., αλλά που προσπαθείς με έναν αντίστοιχο τρόπο να δημιουργήσεις μια έκπληξη, ίσως, να δημιουργήσεις ίσως μια κατάσταση που θα δημιουργήσει εντύπωση και θα αλλάξει κάποια από τα δεδομένα που πιστεύανε ότι είχαν οι επισκέπτες, ώστε να αρχίσουν κάπως να σκέφτονται ενδεχομένως ένα διαφορετικό τρόπο παραγωγής ή συμπεριφοράς ή συναναστροφής ή συνύπαρξης με άλλα έμβια όντα, όπως λέγαμε πριν. Συνήθως υπάρχει αυτή η ανταπόκριση. Το δεύτερο επίπεδο που προσπαθούμε να κάνουμε μετά από αυτό είναι να μπορούν οι άνθρωποι που έχουν δει ένα συγκεκριμένο κομμάτι σε κάτι τόσο εφήμερο όπως περιγράφησαν την έκθεση, να μπορούν να παρακολουθήσουν την εξέλιξή του ανά το χρόνο. Άρα δημιουργούνται διάφορες ψηφιακές πλατφόρμες που μπορείς να δεις αποτελέσματα ή να πας παρακάτω ή να δημιουργήσεις ένα είδος κοινότητας που θα μπορέσει να ανταποκριθεί σε ένα ζήτημα.
Ωραία. Λιδία.
Νομίζω, εμένα αυτό που μου αρέσει πολύ στις εκθέσεις και πολλές φορές σε αντίθεση με την κατασκευή κτηρίου ή δημόσιου χώρου είναι ότι είναι και πολύ γρήγορες. Δηλαδή, η υλοποίηση μιας ιδέας τη βλέπεις πολύ άμεσα. Για παράδειγμα, μία έκθεση που συμμετείχα στο GTA, στη Ζηρίχη, που είχε να κάνει με την πανδημία. Το σχέδιο που έκανα ήταν projected, οπότε στην ουσία είχε μια άειλη. Και επίσης συνοδεύτηκε με ένα κείμενο το οποίο ζει online, οπότε πάλι με το τέλος της έκθεσης πάντα υπάρχει, μπορείς να το κάνεις access. Σε μια άλλη έκθεση που δουλεύουμε τώρα, που θα γίνει στο Κολούμπια και αφορά την εξόρυξη σιδήρου, για την ίδια την κατασκευή της έκθεσης χρησιμοποιούμε τα υποπροϊόντα της εξόρυξης, οπότε στην ουσία το υλικό για το οποίο πάνω γίνεται η έκθεση, τα υποπροϊόντα του γίνονται και επίσης η εκθεσιακή κατασκευή. Επίσης, οι εκθέσεις πολλές φορές δίνουν δυνατότητα σε ένα διάλογο και με άλλους δημιουργούς. Συμμετείχα σε μια έκθεση The Green Life στη Νέα Υόρκη, που ήταν μια κεραμίστρια, μια αρχιτέκτον τοπίου, μια καλλιτέχνης και εγώ ως αρχιτέκτονας. Και είχαμε όλες να απαντήσουμε στο θέμα της φύσης, η κάθε μία με τα δικά της εργαλεία και τρόπους έκφρασης. Και να κλείσω τώρα λίγο με την ερώτησή σου για το αποτύπωμα. Σε μια έκθεση που βρήκα πολύ ενδιαφέρον, τη συμμετοχή, είχαμε καλεστεί από το Storefront for Art and Architecture στη Νέα Υόρκη να πάμε στην αποθήκη τους και να βρούμε υλικά που είχαν μείνει από άλλες εκθέσεις και με αυτά να δημιουργήσουμε κάποιο έργο για την έκθεση. Και εμείς φτιάξαμε ένα δοχείο για νερό, που έθιγε διάφορα θέματα φροντίδας, ήταν κατά την περίοδο COVID. Οπότε υπήρχε μια άμεση υλική, ας πούμε, απάντηση και ανάχρηση υλικών.
Wow. Ωραία. Τώρα να μιλήσουμε λίγο για τον κυκλικό σχεδιασμό ή το circular design. Να σκεφτόμαστε κυκλικά και όχι γραμμικά. Να βλέπουμε τον κόσμο σαν μια περατή οντότητα που πρέπει να λειτουργούμε μέσα της με τρόπο που δεν την υποβαθμίζουμε. Πώς ο κυκλικός σχεδιασμός επηρεάζει τον τρόπο που σχεδιάζετε σήμερα και τι σας αναγκάζει να αλλάξετε? Και θα ξεκινήσω με τον Θωμά.
Ο Θωμάς θα απαντήσει λίγο και για το θέμα της έκθεσης.
Για το θέμα της...
Γιατί έχω πιο πολλά να πω εκεί βασικά. Λάβαμε ένα τηλεφώνημα πριν από περίπου 3 χρόνια λέγοντας ότι σας επιλέξαμε να είστε ένα από 2 διεθνή γραφεία αρχιτεκτονικής τοπίου στην Biennale Αρχιτεκτονικής 2020 που τελικά έγινε το 2021. Και εμείς είπαμε, τι ωραία, αυτό έχει σχέση με αυτό που βλέπετε στις οθόνες. Και είπαμε, ωραία, θέλουμε να κάνουμε τον κόσμο να αγαπήσει τους μύκητες. Γιατί, αν είχα χρόνο θα σας εξηγούσα. Μπήκαμε λοιπόν σε μια περιπέτεια, η οποία ήταν πώς μπορείς μέσα από την έκθεση να πάρεις κάτι το οποίο συνήθως ο κόσμος το βρίσκει αδιαστικό, που είναι αυτό που βρίσκει μέσα στο ψυγείο σου και είναι έτσι πρασινισμένο και σάπιο, και να σε κάνουμε αυτό να το αγαπήσεις. Η διαδικασία μάθησης ήταν να συλλέξουμε τους μύκητες ή τους σπόρους από τις ίδιες τις 2 αίθουσες της Biennale, πάλι δούλεψε με αυτό που έχεις εκεί πέρα, να τους καλλιεργήσουμε για 1,5 χρόνο στην Αθήνα με τη συνεργασία της Ζάπη Γκόνου, που είναι η μυκητολόγος του Πανεπιστημίου Αθηνών, να μάθουμε ποιοι είναι αυτοί οι μύκητες, να τους ξεχωρίσουμε, να τους μάθουμε τον καθένα σαν χαρακτήρα, πώς μαθαίνεις τελικά τα φυτά σου ή μαθαίνεις το υλικό σου, να μάθουμε τον κάθε μύκητα λοιπόν την προσωπικότητά του και μετά να δούμε πώς θα τα ξανασυνθέσουμε αυτά σε κάτι το οποίο είναι αισθητικοποιημένο με τέτοιο τρόπο που οι άνθρωποι θα το βλέπουν και θα λένε Λοιπόν, ευτυχώς που έπεσε ο κορονοϊός και πήγε 1 χρόνο πίσω η έκθεση, διότι δεν θα είχαμε προλάβει να μάθουμε όλα αυτά τα πράγματα μέσα σε μισό χρόνο. Τελικά το μάθαμε, το δείξαμε και θα έλεγα ότι αυτό το μικρό πράγμα που είναι έκθεση για μας είναι πολύ πιο μεγάλο από τα μεγάλα έργα. Νομίζω ότι οι εκθέσεις είναι ακριβώς εκεί που μπορεί κανείς να πειραματίζεται και να επικοινωνεί, που μάλλον είναι το πιο σημαντικό πράγμα που έχουμε να κάνουμε όλοι μας.
Ωραία. Και θα μας πει τώρα ο Ανδρέας για το... Θες να πεις και για το θέμα της κυκλικού σχεδιασμού?
Όχι, αλλά μπορώ να πω ότι έχω δει το project του Θωμά από κοντά και νομίζω ήταν αρκετά εντυπωσιακό. Σίγουρα δεν με τρόμαξε. Προσπάθησα να το ακουμπήσω κιόλας, αλλά ήταν λίγο έτσι περίκλειστο. Είναι από τα πράγματα που δουλεύουμε πάρα πολύ κι εμείς. Έχει να κάνει με, όπως έλεγα πριν, μικροβιακές κοινότητες που είναι συνυφασμένες με την ποιότητα που έχει να κάνει τον αέρα. Ένα από τα συστήματα που ενδεχομένως είδατε σε κάποια από τα βίντεο της παρουσίας είναι πράσινοι τοίχοι που ενώ φαίνονται πράσινοι έχουν από πίσω μελέτη και ιστορία τουλάχιστον 10-15 χρόνων. Ξεκίνησαν από έρευνες της NASA, προσπαθώντας να μελετήσει πώς μπορεί να δημιουργήσει καλύτερη ποιότητα αέρα σε διαστημικούς σταθμούς, αλλά ταυτόχρονα, όπως πολλά από τα κομμάτια της έρευνας που είναι συνυφασμένες με εξωπλανητικά συστήματα, κάποια στιγμή καταλήγουν και στα συστήματα των κτηρίων μας, που πάρα πολλές φορές δημιουργούν αντίστοιχα αποτελέσματα. Δημιουργούμε καλύτερες μονώσεις, καλύτερα κουφώματα, καλύτερο το ένα, καλύτερο το... Λες και πρέπει να τα αποκόψουμε τελείως τα κτίρια μας από τις περιβαλλοντικές ροές που συνυπάρχουν. Ο συγκεκριμένος τοίχος, λοιπόν, έχει φυτά που είναι σε μια υδροπονική κατάσταση. Περνάει ο αέρας μέσα από τις ρίζες τους, γιατί έχει αποδειχθεί ότι είναι πολύ πιο αποδοτικός ο καθαρισμός των μικροβίων, των ατμοσφαιρικών τρύπων, συγγνώμη. Και αυτό συμβαίνει από τη μικροβιακή κοινότητα που υπάρχει στο ρίζωμα των φυτών, που φαντάζομαι ο Θωμάς επίσης ξέρει αρκετά πάνω στο θέμα. Και όλη αυτή η διαδικασία δεν είναι το φιλτράρισμα από ένα απλό μηχανολογικό σύστημα που απλά λέει δεν περνάει τίποτα σε σωματίδιο, περνάει μόνο αέρας. Είναι μια διαδικασία που ανάλογα με τα μικρόβια που έχεις καταφέρει να δημιουργήσεις μπορεί να αλλάξει τις συνθήκες του αέρα μέσα σε ένα χώρο. Και έχει αποδειχτεί ότι όσο μεγαλύτερη διαφοροποίηση υπάρχει στο μικροβίωμα, τόσο καλύτερη είναι η ποιότητα του αέρα που μπορείς να αποκτήσεις μέσα σε ένα χώρο. Είναι λίγο σύνθετο στο θέμα, αλλά είναι ένα από τα θέματα που πιστεύω ότι θα απασχολήσουν πάρα πολύ την αρχιτεκτονική κοινότητα τα επόμενα χρόνια. Ειδικά μετά από το περίφημο 2 χρόνια απουσίας που είχαμε λόγω αντίστοιχων προβλημάτων με τον αέρα.
Ωραία. Έχουμε το να ακούσουμε τη Λιδία για 1 λεπτό για το θέμα της κυκλικής πρακτικής.
Θα με μισήσει το κοινό αν δεν δώσουμε 1 λεπτό.
Βέβαια.
Okay.
Ωραία.
Τότε να πω πολύ γρήγορα ίσως μια πρόκληση, γιατί είτε κυκλικός ή γραμμικός ο σχεδιασμός πάντα αυτό προϋποθέτει μια κίνηση και μια μεταφορά υλικών. Και πάντα αυτό προϋποθέτει ενέργεια. Και η πρόκληση που θα ήθελα να θέσω και μπορούμε να το συζητήσουμε είναι τι θα γινόταν αν σχεδιάζαμε με τρόπους που να απαιτούν πολύ λίγη ή σχεδόν καθόλου κίνηση. Τι θα γινόταν αν μπορούσαμε να σχεδιάσουμε με αυτό που βρίσκουμε. Είτε αυτά είναι τα χτιστά στοιχεία που επαναχρησιμοποιούνται, οι μέρη της πόλης, τα οποία τα έχουμε παραβλέψει και μπορούμε να τα φροντίσουμε, ή κομμάτια του τοπίου που έχουν ξεχαστεί, ή μονοπάτια, κτίρια, υδάτινοι πόροι, αλλά αν συγκεντρωθούμε σε αυτό που βρίσκεται μπροστά μας. Και δεν θέλω να επεκταθώ κι άλλο.
Ωραία. Λοιπόν, ευχαριστούμε πολύ τη Λιδία, τον Ανδρέα και τον Θωμά. Σας ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ.
Σας ευχαριστούμε πολύ. Ivan, giving our speakers the time to leave the stage, what do you think about the panel we just watched?
I think it's been very interesting to hear about inspiration and how everybody understands it or interprets it, and also through the role of the users and their involvement, and also the importance of the environment, also questioning, for example, issues such as anthropocentrism, the narratives which we use to communicate, how to transmit messages, and how we can give answers to issues which are as important as energy, materials, production, community, and also the importance of education, and also research connected to education, and how we connect with all these other fields that are obviously necessary to go forward, to support research and thinking and doing in a holistic way. This is essential to see how we experience the way that architecture is explained. And for example, this happens in exhibitions, and then how all this will be used by the future generations. So thank you very much for all your sharing and all your experiences.
Στην προηγούμενη έσω είχε απονείμει το Lifetime Achievement Award από το Archisearch τον μεγάλο Θεοδόση Τάσιο. Σήμερα, στη 10η έσω, η Αφροδίτη Παναγιωτάκου, Διευθύντρια Πολιτισμού του Ιδρύματος Ωνάση, επιστρέφει για μία συζήτηση με τον Ιβάν Μπλάση πάνω στα τεκτενόμενα μιας πραγματικότητας σε σημείο μετάβασης. Καλώς ορίσατε.
Και εσείς καλώς ορίσατε.
Εμείς καλώς ορίσαμε πραγματικά.
Hello, Ivan.
Hello.
Well, for 11 years, I've been sitting on that side of the stage,
Okay,
and you're not going to change that.
No, that's not going to change.
Well, welcome.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here and having this opportunity to know much better what also the Onassis Foundation does and all the projects that are taking place in the city.
I guess we didn't let you breathe at all, because actually I picked up Ivan from his hotel last night, from Ammonia, and I took him straight to Platia Karaiskaki, and then all these wonderful neighborhoods in order to understand what's going on in Athens, apart from Kolonaki and the center. And then we went together to Pedion του Άρεως for our Plasmata project. And of course, we did a lot of talking about what these blocks of flats are all about, what Athens is all about.
And also how important it is, I think this issue of revitalizing places, that sometimes are far away from our imaginary because they have been derelict for a long time. I think that was really, really strong, and I really recommend. I mean, I was really happy to have that opportunity to walk with you through the park and through the other project that you are developing, and see how sometimes it's so important to have places such as these where people can go and they know that they will find discussions on culture in many different formats and ways, but sometimes also how to bring that outside, into the streets, and in a performative way, or in ways in which technology is also used, and that allows us to have these relationships with nature.
Well, it's always tricky, because first of all, when you're acting in public space, you're always thinking, how dominant can you be? How dominant should you be? How discreet should you be? Because at the end of the day, public space is common space. It's not a private space that belongs to the government. It's not a private space that belongs to some kind of authorities. So it does belong to all of us, but when you go to public space, you have to take into account communities, people who go there other than you, people who have been going there other than yourself. So how do you do that? How do you work bottom up? And how do you actually go and not just create a big firework, and when you leave, you actually leave behind a bigger hole than there was before going there? And that also has to do with how strong you are, even when it comes to your own branding. I mean, that's why I was actually showing you that you're going to see these artworks, but you're only going to see like this Onassis thing being written once at the exit, small, much smaller than anything else. It's fine, because it's important actually to make a statement regarding what a public space could be like, in order to be there for everyone and give this actual motive for life, which is pleasure.
Yeah, and I also guess that then the experience of people that go and see it while it has been transformed in such a way during several weeks or this amount of time also allows people afterwards to return, to know that it is a place that they want to come back to, even if that is not there anymore. And so they start making it their own. So I'm not sure if it's allowed or not, but many different things can take place by themselves. So they become the actors. They were already there yesterday together with the art pieces. But I remember these parks that we can find in many places for sure here as well, in which people take their guitars or they kind of have a picnic or so on. So they appropriate of that.
Well, I had questions regarding architects after our, 5-hour walk, regarding this kind of responsibility that architects are supposed to be having. And I was wondering, why do architects should have a bigger social responsibility than others? That would be actually a question from me to you. And then I was asking myself things like, in order to work in Pedion, which is actually a field, Pedion means field, and actually Pedion του Άρεος is Mars field. So it is a battlefield, it is a playground at the end of the day. We worked with 2 amazing architects from Studio Entropia, who really designed this kind of adventurous walk in the park in order to understand how these artworks talk to each other. And when we reached Happiness by Dries Verhoeven, which was all about the good things that drugs can give to you when you actually take them, especially prescribed drugs, I was telling you that no, we had no reactions because it happens after a while. So my other question regarding social responsibility and the architects would be, how are you supposed to be acting in a public space? And since architecture is related to building, why isn't it more related to demolition?
Well, I think it's a shared responsibility. So architecture is there together with many, many other fields, which was something I think interesting that we were seeing right now. But we are seeing, for example, some images in which there are these works that were working, really taking into consideration this community engagement in many different directions. It doesn't only have to be with housing, but it can be obviously with culture, it can be with production, bringing it back into the city, education, which is also basic. And it's also a humanistic learning or experience when you're studying architecture. So although we are kind of, in many cases, supposing or imagining that we will end up building and building big and all that, it opens up many other possibilities, many other fields of experience, such as the one in which we are right now, and which also gives this kind of interest, which is also for the professional world that builds and so on, of kind of interacting with sociologists, journalists, to communicate as well. And all this comes together and becomes very, very, very important in housing, but also in public space, because in public space is where people actually gather. And so I think that kind of thinking about how people will interact with the pieces of art that we were seeing yesterday, no? And it was very nice when you were telling me, and I guess I would have been interested, and maybe now I'm spoiling a little bit the mystery, but it's not that much. But this idea that when you're seeing one of the pieces of art, then you suddenly see some light, no, that attracts you to it, and so that the architects in this case were thinking about how maybe in a very subtle way they were imagining people walking throughout this and experiencing one after the other in an order or another one.
It is a theatrical performance at the end of the day. It's like telling a story. It's like giving you tips or finding your way back home by throwing beams behind you. But it's a huge park. So you want people to lose themselves, but you don't want them to be lost. So I think that treating the public space does require this kind of architectural, not just instinct, but actually knowledge. And my concern in that, and has always been, is yes, you do have to take into account the fact that you're acting in a common space where you have to respect people's sensitivities, but how much? And people's sensitivities is something different from people's taste. Because, of course, even when it comes to architecture, people call something a monster when it's being built in the beginning, for example, and then it's called a landmark. When it's being built, it's called, I don't know, personal vanity project, and then it's called this gem of, I don't know, brutalistic architecture after a while. So even when it comes to these kind of issues, you always try to find this balance, but I think that sometimes you should lose the balance in order to create some kind of punch so that people get curious, even if they react, in order to create a discussion. I'm not saying go and build something in the middle of the city or a pyramid, but you can do something like a spark in order to start a discussion regarding how do you treat a space, how do you treat a building. And we had the discussion about art being placed in public spaces versus museums. And this has always been a discussion. So what's your position in that?
Well, actually here, when seeing the Acropolis, and how important it was to kind of understand the path, how you saw things, how this kind of made you also, and makes us have these experiences, it shows that they were not called architects probably at that moment, but that there were decisions that had to do with space, with was built, with time, and how this experience was going on. But now, taking into account the participation of people, what we find is that in many cases, sometimes we think in a very selfish way, so what we would need, what we would appreciate, and I think that's what's interesting, that what we need is somebody that is there to collect the opinions, to see to which kind of directions they are pointing to, but then to be able to digest all this, but using it, taking it into account, and bringing it to life, because if not, we get these monsters of a little bit of everything that everybody has said, that everybody needs, everybody thinks they need, although maybe it's at that specific moment, but not an hour later.
It's another thing. It's like, if something is in a museum, it's good. If it's in a public space, everybody can have an opinion. It's like the context of a museum, or even a place like that, but not this particular place, to be honest. Many people hate this kind of place, and I'm very proud of that. Create some kind of authority. I'm telling you what you should be aware of. I'm telling you what is really, really important. And it is true that many museums feel like cemeteries. Well, we have to say that. And it's actually a demand now that these things must change in order to have this kind of more democratic view of what a museum should be, because most people don't think that they're qualified in order to enter a museum or a space like that. It's not a question whether a museum is good enough to go there or if we are doing a good job here in order for somebody to come. So I was thinking of the idea of public space and how art can intervene and how. And I think it's very important to do that. I do believe in accidental encounter with the arts. But what a private space can give you, it's not just private prosperity, but it gives you the right to take risks. Mm-hmm. It gives you the right to make huge mistakes. It gives you the right to be politically incorrect, even aggressive, to be very political, without having to apologize. So I think that we need this kind of balance. Of course, there's the question of public museums versus private museums, and if a public museum should be so mainstream so that everybody must be satisfied. But that is like talking about schools. I mean, we've been dealing with private schools, and I've been told that, no, we cannot bring our children to your educational programs because they are too avant-garde. And parents are going to complain. And of course, our reaction was that, and what's your job as a school? Just to leave the children to their families' value system, which could be, I don't know, whatever. So I think that architecture can come in order to bring up all the questions of how to combine this really free-spirited idea of art, practicality, but above all, social consciousness and civilian knowledge, and somehow bringing together not data for data's sake, but data in order to understand the context. And this is how we can be local and international at the same time, or bring up issues that have to do with climate crisis and how private prosperity can be going along with collective prosperity or not. Otherwise, if we don't work together, I don't think things can be good enough.
Yeah, I totally agree. And when you were speaking about risk, for a long time, the risk and new typologies, new ways of inhabiting or so on, was tackled in some places, in some geographies and so on, by the public institutions, not always. But each time, and for years, we've already seen how private ones also invest, but not economically, but in also taking risks, because that's also the way to experience, to allow things to happen, and then finally to go forward. And we see it in many of these projects. No, and then it was also not to separate the public and the private. Then when they come kind of together,
I don't think it's allowed.
like in the fields.
I don't think it's the right thing to do. Working with the public, especially in Mediterranean countries, is hell. But you have to do it. Otherwise, don't be a public benefit foundation. Be a private foundation and show your collection in, I don't know, your own building. Charge or not charge, and say that your collection is the best in the world. But if you really want to talk about public benefit, you're obliged to work with the public, you're obliged to collaborate and find a common language in order to do it. And especially when it comes to Europe, where education, health, and culture are supposed to be coming from the state, from the public, and this is something that we have fought for. So yes, we are here in a private context, but the idea is to make sure that these kinds of gifts do come from the public. Otherwise, it will be just for you, for me, and other qualified, I don't know, certified people, which is not the case whatsoever.
Yeah. And then we would not understand the social architecture that we are discussing about as a trend, no? That it is part of architecture, an essential, inherent part of architecture forever, and it is not something that there was like this high-tech architecture, iconic architecture that disappears, and suddenly now we're speaking about that. No, I mean, so the social awareness in architecture has to always be there. It might have been kind of not spoken about through media, and so communicating is very, very important as well, in order to be aware of this social engagement of culture in general, in which we have art and architectural cultures.
I really have this dilemma always between social engagement and balance and the architect's vanity, because we end up adoring or hating, but always like being interested in some vanity projects which didn't take into account their social engagement whatsoever. So I think that's a big question when it comes to you. And I was actually going back to all the Mies van der Rohe awards, and it's a school, it's social housing, it's always something that is related to the idea of collective coexisting, at least these last few years. So I was wondering, how come you don't give awards to a project that gives you the right of absolute privacy? Because, I mean, for many people, the idea of freedom is all about privacy. Why the Mies van der Rohe, for instance, awards are being given to this kind of buildings? Plus, I saw that this year's award went to this school in London, and from now on, after Brexit, the UK cannot be part of the competition. And I'm wondering, is it about European Union or is it about Europe as a continent, geographical continent? So in that sense, why cannot the UK, I don't care about the UK, but even that, how did you come up with this decision?
You know, there are several things here. On the one hand, for example, we have, this is a project that we are able to do together with the European Commission. So there's also the involvement of the political sphere, which is important that they support a project such as this, which is an award, but then gives us the opportunity to be in a place such as this and discuss about these topics, which for us is very important. What happens after the celebration, which was obviously great, there's always nice. But in this case, it's actually the UK that does not want to participate.
Oh, good.
So
as
it's
always.
the other way around. And it's also Switzerland that does not want to participate.
As always.
You know? So, well, and you just saw right now, no, that they also broke the deal that they had reached, or all these things. So in this case, it has to do with this. But also looking to previous projects who won the prize, and I also always kind of underline the importance of having a look at the finalists, the group of 40, because that explains much more than one winner.
I did all that. I did all my homework. Yeah,
I'm sure, but it's also true that cultural spaces which had won a lot of times, the opera houses or ballet spaces, congress centers, and so on. But what's interesting is that although they could be called iconic because of maybe the amount of money invested, but also probably the forms or how they were shared by the media and so on, how that also has a totally an important social kind of side to it.
So in that case, would a prison be a candidate for the Mies van der Rohe Award?
It could be presented, and then obviously there's the jury. I'm kind of being very politically
I'm going to get
correct.
locked up after that.
But I think that if there was a way to think in the well-being of those people that are in jail for a series of reasons, and they have no freedom, but they do have certain conditions, living conditions and so on, which are changing in comparison to kind of what we have seen from photos, or I don't have the personal experience.
You never know.
But private spaces exist, and I think that when we were speaking about options, of having, like we were speaking with Joël, the possibility of sharing, but it's not the only option. That's why it's always important to mix and to understand that now it's not all about social. It's a lot about many issues as well, but society is always there, and there isn't. But the privacy of the person is also absolutely important, necessary to understand, and that it's there, in a place like this one, or in a prison.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure.
I did it. Let's kiss.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Μόλις τελειώσει, θα καλέσω και τον Βασίλη για τη φωτογραφία, βέβαια. παραμείνετε στις θέσεις σας. Το coffee break θα καθυστερήσει λίγο ακόμα, καθώς προηγούνται οι βραβεύσεις Archisearch Lifetime Achievement Awards.
Να μπορέσει μια γυναίκα να κάνει αυτό που έχει σκεφτεί.
Σε λίγα λεπτά. Σε λίγα λεπτά, στη σκηνή της ΕΣΟ, θα βρίσκεται μαζί μας η Ρένα Σακελαρίδου.
Υπάρχει μεγάλη δυσκολία να μπορέσει μια γυναίκα να κάνει αυτό που έχει σκεφτεί. Δεν υπάρχει εμπιστοσύνη. Η αρχιτεκτονική πρέπει να περιλαμβάνεται μέσα στην πολεοδομία. Πώς καθορίζεται μια πόλη? Από τα κτίρια, τους δρόμους, από τους ελεύθερους χώρους.
Όσοι με γνωρίζετε, ξέρετε ότι μ' αρέσει πάντα να γυρίζω προς τα πίσω, γιατί εκεί μπορώ να βρω τα στηρίγματα που θα προχωρήσω προς τα μπρος.
Διότι με ενδιέφερε πλέον να μπω στη διαδικασία του φωτός της Ελλάδας και όχι να το ανακπαραστώ. Με ενδιαφέρουν πάρα πολύ να τα βιώνεις και να σε καλλιεργούν ανυποψίαστα αυτό.
Ρένα Σακελαρίδου, λοιπόν, βραβευμένη αρχιτέκτονα στην Ελλάδα και στο εξωτερικό και καθηγήτρια στο Αριστοτέλειο Πολυτεχνείο Θεσσαλονίκης. Πάντα με κάποιο τρόπο βρίσκεσαι στην επικαιρότητα, αυτή την περίοδο με κτίριο όπως το Agemar και το Element, και ως εκπρόσωπος της σημερινής γενιάς αρχιτεκτόνων στο ελληνικό τμήμα της έκθεσης Frau Architect από το Ινστιτούτο Γκέτε. Σήμερα κοντά μας για την απονομή των Lifetime Achievement Awards. Καλώς όρισες, Ρένα.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ. Είμαι πολύ χαρούμενη και είναι τιμή μου που θα δώσω τα βραβεία σήμερα σε τρεις υπέροχες κυρίες για το έργο τους, για το πάρα πολύ σημαντικό τους έργο. Νομίζω ότι θα μπορούσαμε να φωνάξουμε την πρώτη.
Πρώτα μαζί μας στη σκηνή, η κυρία Καρακώστα.
Μικρά σπιτάκια, μια πολυκατοικία στο Φάληρο που αυτή την βλέπαν όλοι γιατί περνάγαν απ' έξω όπως πηγαίναν από την παραλιακή και λέγανε «Ω, η Καρακώστα έκανε μια πολυκατοικία». Και τους έκανε εντύπωση. Δούλεψα σε ελεύθερους χώρους, όπως Βουκουρεστίου Βαλαωρίτου, την πλατεία Κλαθμόνος, στην οποία την είχα πάρει στο αρχιτεκτονικό διαγωνισμό, έκανα την επίβλεψη, η Φωκίωνος Νέγρη, το Άλσος Παγκρατίου. Η αρχιτεκτονική πρέπει να περιλαμβάνεται μέσα στην πολεοδομία. Πώς καθορίζεται μια πόλη? Από τα κτίρια, τους δρόμους, από τους ελεύθερους χώρους.
Δεν είναι πολλές οι γυναίκες αρχιτέκτονες που έχουν ακολουθήσει την πορεία της Σάββας Καρακώστα και έχουν κερδίσει επάξια την αναγνώριση του έργου τους όπως εκείνη. Και όλα αυτά σε μια εποχή που η δημοσιοποίηση του αρχιτεκτονικού έργου ήταν επιλεκτική και περιορισμένη. Γιατί δεν ήταν εύκολο να είσαι γυναίκα αρχιτέκτον, να κάνεις επάγγελμα και να έχεις γραφείο μόνη εσύ η γυναίκα. Δεν ήταν εύκολο να έχεις σπουδάσει στο εξωτερικό, να έχεις ταξιδέψει πολύ και μετά, με την επιστροφή σου, να τολμήσεις να εφαρμόσεις στην πράξη αυτά που έμαθες δίπλα σε σπουδαίους δασκάλους, κάνοντας σημαντικές παρεμβάσεις, αστικούς σχεδιασμούς στην Αθήνα. Δεν είναι εύκολο να κατορθώνεις μέσα από τη δουλειά σου να συνομιλείς με την ποιοτική αρχιτεκτονική, να εκφράζεις το ουσιαστικά μοντέρνο και να σχεδιάζεις έργα που χρόνια μετά τα επισκέπτονταν ελλιπώς οι νέοι αρχιτέκτονες για να μάθουν. Δεν είναι εύκολο να χειρίζεσαι ταυτόχρονα τη μικρή κλίμακα και την υλικότητά της και την υλικότητα της αρχιτεκτονικής και να αντιλαμβάνεσαι την πόλη και να διαμορφώνεις το δημόσιο χώρο της με τις επεμβάσεις σου. Το απλό είναι το πιο δύσκολο, λέει η Σέβα. Προσπαθούσα να βρω το στοιχείο της ελληνικότητας στην αρχιτεκτονική μου. Για να φτιάξεις ένα σπίτι πρέπει να εξετάσεις το περιβάλλον, τον προσανατολισμό. Πρέπει να βλέπεις τα θέματα και πολεοδομικά, όχι μόνο από την πλευρά της αρχιτεκτονικής. Νομίζω σε αυτά τα λόγια συμπυκνώνεται το τι ήταν σημαντικό για εκείνη. Το απλό, η ελληνικότητα, το περιβάλλον, η πόλη. Δεν είναι εύκολο το έργο σου να έχει παρουσία, αναγνώριση και διάρκεια. Και όλα αυτά την εποχή που οι αυτόνομες γυναίκες δημιουργοί ήταν τόσο λίγες. Απαιτεί μεγάλο ταλέντο, δύναμη και απεριόριστη επιμονή. Σαν τη Σέβας Καρακώστα. Είναι τιμή μου και είμαι πολύ χαρούμενη σήμερα που βρίσκομαι εδώ για να δώσω αυτό το βραβείο.
Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ. Ευχαριστώ πολύ. Είναι μεγάλη μου τιμή και είναι μεγάλη χαρά. Αν πρέπει να μιλήσετε. Αγαπητοί συνάδελφοι και φίλες και φίλοι, θέλω πρώτα να ευχαριστήσω την Archi Search και τον Βασίλη τον Μπαρτζόκα για το βραβείο που μου δώσανε και εσάς που με παρακολουθείτε. Όταν ρώτησα τι πρέπει να πω στον Μπαρτζόκα σε αυτή την ημέρα, μου είπε ότι θα έχεις 3 λεπτά να μιλήσεις. Και μου φαίνεται όλα υποθήκαν και από τις φίλοι μας εδώ, την κυρία Σακελαρίδου και από τα έργα, αλλά διάβαζα ένα βιβλίο και από αυτά που είναι αδιάβαστα στη βιβλιοθήκη μας, γιατί νομίζω ότι έχουμε αδιάβαστα στη βιβλιοθήκη μας, και στο τέλος του βιβλίου είχε μια φράση, ήταν του Μίτσου του Κασόλα, και στο τέλος του βιβλίου είχε μια φράση που μου θύμισε σε ποιο μέρος, πού βρίσκεται η δουλειά μου. Η φράση έλεγε «Το μέλλον είναι πίσω». Όχι για να γυρίσουμε αυτό, το πίσω, αλλά για να το ερευνάμε. Καθώς είμαστε αναγκασμένοι να τραβάμε μπροστά. Οπότε μέσα σε αυτό το χώρο του πίσω έβαλα την αρχιτεκτονική μου, δηλαδή μέσα στο περιβάλλον, στη φύση, γιατί ήταν τα κυριότερα στοιχεία που με βοηθούσαν για να μου έρθει η έμπνευση πώς θα γίνει το έργο. Και μάλιστα, όταν έγινε η έκθεση το 1991 για τους Έλληνες αρχιτέκτονες και με καλέσαν και εμένα, όχι έκθεση, διαλέξεις, το 1991 για Έλληνες αρχιτέκτονες και με καλέσαν να μιλήσω για το έργο μου, είχα επιμελητή τον Γιώργο τον Πανέτσο, παιδάκι ήταν τότε ακόμα, πολύ νέος, και του έδειξα όλες αυτές τις δουλειές που έχουμε κάνει στο γραφείο και ξενοδοχεία και διαμορφώσεις και περιβάλλοντα και σχολεία και πλατείες και πάρα πολλά είδη έργων έχω κάνει. Έχουν μελετηθεί στο γραφείο μου, εργατικές κατοικίες, αυτά εργοστάσια. Λοιπόν, και μου λέει, εσύ θα δείξεις τα σπίτια, μόνο αυτά, τις κατοικίες, εκεί είναι η τέχνη σου. Και έτσι, πέρσι που προσπαθήσα να κάνω λίγο το αρχείο μου ψηφιακά, γιατί δεν είχα τίποτε, δεν είχα ένα τέτοιο αρχείο και είχαν έρθει και κάτι φοιτητές από την Πάτρα να με βοηθήσουν, έφτιαξα ένα αρχείο με τις κατοικίες. Πίστεψα ότι ήταν το έργο που έπρεπε να δείξω που είχε το πιο πολύ ενδιαφέρον. Λοιπόν, νομίζω ότι δεν σας είπα αυτό που ήθελα. Λοιπόν, ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Η κυρία Μάρο Καρδαμίτσι Αδάμη ακολουθεί στη σκηνή την κυρία Καρακώστα για τη δική της βράβευση.
Όλη η Ευρώπη έχει τα ίδια χρώματα. Αυτό είναι παγκοσμιοποίηση. Δηλαδή, αν τραβήξω εγώ τις κουρτίνες του υπνοδωματίου μου, είναι αδύνατο να ξέρω αν είμαι στη Στοκχόλμη, στη Ρόδο, στην Αθήνα, στο Λονδίνο. Όσοι με γνωρίζετε, ξέρετε ότι μ' αρέσει πάντα να γυρίζω προς τα πίσω, γιατί εκεί μπορώ να βρω τα στηρίγματα που θα προχωρήσω προς τα μπρος.
Η Μάρο Αδάμη δεν είναι απλώς η ιστορικός ή καθηγήτρια. Είναι πρώτα και κύρια η ψυχή των αρχείων αρχιτεκτονικής του Μουσείου Μπενάκη. Η γνώση, η επιμέλεια, το νιάξιμο για αυτό που αποτελεί την αποθυσάβρηση της ιστορίας της αρχιτεκτονικής στον τόπο μας. Κάπου σε μια συνέντευξή της αναφέρει κάτι που μου έκανε μεγάλη εντύπωση. Στα νιάτα μου λέει, ήμουν αρκετά εγωίστρια. Νωρίς κατάλαβα ότι δεν υπήρχε περίπτωση να είμαι η πρώτη στο σχεδιασμό και έτσι επέλεξα εκείνο τον τομέα που θα μπορούσα να είμαι πάρα πολύ καλή, όπως πίστευα τουλάχιστον. Και είναι όντως πάρα πολύ καλή στο σπουδαίο έργο της, καθώς αναζητά τη γνώση της αρχιτεκτονικής και την καταγράφει. Η αρχιτεκτονική μας πλάθει, λέει. Έχουμε όμως χάσει την ελληνικότητά μας. Και μετά, μιλώντας για τα αρχεία αρχιτεκτονικής, μέσα σε αυτά τα αρχεία ανακαλύπτουμε πράγματα που δεν έχουν δημοσιευτεί ποτέ και μιλάμε για αριστουργήματα. Ανακαλύπτεις όσο ψάχνεις πολύ σπουδαίους αρχιτέκτονες που δεν τους γνωρίζαμε ή δεν τους είχαμε ανακαλύψει. Επιλέγει επομένως να μην σχεδιάζει και αφιερώνεται στο να κατανοήσει την αρχιτεκτονική. Στρέφει όλη την ενέργειά της στο να εμβαθύνει στην ελληνική αρχιτεκτονική, να καταγράψει το γνωστό και να βοηθήσει να αναδυθεί το άγνωστο. Δίνει ζωή στα αρχεία αρχιτεκτονικής, διατηρώντας τη μνήμη ζωντανή και επιτρέποντας τη συνέχεια ανάμεσα στο σήμερα και στο χτες. Εκ των πραγμάτων, ανοίγοντας το δρόμο για το αύριο, που αυτή τη φορά όμως μπορεί να ισχυριστεί ότι θα πατήσει πιο στέρεα πάνω στη γνώση του χτες, που τώρα πια δεν θα χαθεί στη λύθη, αλλά θα καταγραφεί στη μνήμη. Γιατί χωρίς τη μνήμη και την καταγραφή της δεν υπάρχει γνώση. Και το έργο της Μάρος Αδάμη είναι πολλαπλά σημαντικό για αυτόν ακριβώς το λόγο. Αγαπητή Μάρο, κυρία Αδάμη, είναι μεγάλη μου τιμή να δώσω το βραβείο.
Ευχαριστώ. Καλησπέρα. Αφού ευχαριστήσω πρώτα απ' όλα τον Βασίλη για το βραβείο και την Architect, πριν αρχίσω να μιλάω για μένα, θα ήθελα να μιλήσω για τη Σέβα. Γιατί, όπως έλεγα πριν, περπατώντας ένα δρόμο στην Αγία Παρασκευή, είναι η μοναδική φορά που χτύπησα το κουδούνι, γιατί μ' άρεσε πάρα πολύ το σπίτι και ρώτησα ποιος το έχτισε, τον ιδιοκτήτη, και μου είπαν η Σέβα η Καρακώστα. Λοιπόν, έχει δίκιο. Τα σπίτια της πρέπει να κοιτάξει η Σέβα. Είμαι χωμένη στα αρχεία μέχρι εδώ. Και νομίζω ότι όσο ζω θα είμαι και όσο ζω θα μαθαίνω. Τώρα βέβαια αυτά που άκουσα τις τελευταίες εδώ εισηγήσεις, κάπου έχω αρχίσει να τα μπερδεύω. Πώς θα μαζέψω εγώ το έργο σας στα αρχεία? Τους μύκητες δεν τους θέλω πάντως. Θέλω όμως τα αρχεία. Θέλω όλα τα αρχεία να τα μαζέψουμε για να κρατήσουμε αυτή την ιστορία του τόπου, όχι την ιστορία της αρχιτεκτονικής. Η αρχιτεκτονική δεν είναι μόνο αρχιτεκτονική, είναι κοινωνιολογία, είναι φιλοσοφία, είναι ιστορία τέχνης και τώρα, από ό,τι έχω μάθει, σήμερα είναι γεωλογία, είναι... δεν ξέρω πια τι είναι. Ο καθηγητής μου, ο Μιχελής, ήθελε στο πρόγραμμα σπουδών να τα βάλει όλα. Λογοτεχνία, γλώσσες, μουσική, φιλοσοφία. Τώρα πόσα θα βάλουμε και πόσο θα κρατάνε αυτές οι καημένες οι σπουδές. Δεν ξέρω. Ξέρω ότι μέσα σε αυτά εγώ ήμουν πάρα πολύ ευτυχισμένη και εξακολουθώ να είμαι και αυτό μου φτάνει. Ένα μόνο θα ήθελα να σταθώ. Όλες οι ερωτήσεις που μου στείλατε ήταν πώς αντιμετώπισα ως γυναίκα την αρχιτεκτονική, φεμινιστικές θα έλεγα. Η απαντήση μου βέβαια ήταν ότι ποτέ δεν με απασχόλησε αυτό το θέμα. Και έτσι νομίζω ότι θα κλείσω, όχι από ένα βιβλίο απλώς, αλλά από μια επιστολή του Παύλου προς Γαλάτας, που λέει «Ουκένι άρσεν η φίλη».
Στη σκηνή αναμένουμε την κυρία Νέλα Γκόλαντα για τη δική της βράβευση.
Μια πρώτη έκθεση μεγάλη, η πρώτη μου έκθεση ατομική, και μάλιστα είχε φύγει και ο Σεφέρης, είδε την έκθεση και είπε κάποιος έπρεπε να δει τον ουρανό ανάμεσα στις κολόνες.
Μου δόθηκε η ευκαιρία να αναπτύξω τις σχέσεις βίωσης δίπλα στο ποτάμι, τις χρήσεις του νερού, με τα πηγάδια, με τις ποτίστρες, με τις διατάξεις των χωραφιών εν σχέση με τη σπορά, με τις φυτεύσεις, με τις ροδιές των τρακτέρ.
Με ενδιαφέρουν πάρα πολύ να τα βιώνεις και να σε καλλιεργούν ανυποψίαστα. Αυτό.
Λοιπόν, στο 1,5 λεπτό που έχω δεν θα μιλήσω για το τόσο σημαντικό έργο της Νέλας Γκόλαντα. Είναι πολύ γνωστό και διεθνώς και πολλαπλώς αναγνωρισμένο. Λέει, «Η ελληνικότητα με έχει κυριεύσει σε όλο μου το έργο. Αυτό που διέκρινα ήταν πως ό,τι είχαν χτίσει οι άνθρωποι είχε σχέση με το τοπίο. Τα κτίσματα γίνονταν κάτωπτρα του τοπίου, δεν ήταν ξένα προς αυτό. Ήταν το συναίσθημα, η κλίμακα, η πολλαπλότητα του χώρου. Και έτσι δημιουργεί κατοικημένα γλυπτά τοπία στο δημόσιο χώρο, με στόχο τη βιωματική επαφή, την άρση του αδιάφορου και τη δημιουργία δεσμών με το φυσικό, το ιστορικό και το ανθρωπογενές τοπίο. Θα σταθώ όμως στη δυνατότητά της να μετατρέπει το δημόσιο χώρο σε χώρο βιωματικό, σε τόπο που φέρνει μαζί την τέχνη με την ανθρώπινη παρουσία. Θα σταθώ στην πολλαπλότητα του βιώματος, στην υπέροχη διαμόρφωσή της στο Φλίσβο και στο δικό της ποτάμι που κυλάει στην πλατεία της Λάρισσας. Θα σταθώ στη δύναμή της να μετατρέπει τη γη σε γλυπτό από πέτρα, στις εντάσεις και στις ανατροπές που επιλέγει για να δώσει ζωή στον τόπο, στη μεγάλη κλίμακα του έργου της τα τελευταία χρόνια και στο διαρκή του διάλογο με τη λεπτομέρεια, στο πάντρεμα της πέτρας με το σκυρόδεμα. Θα σταθώ στην υλικότητα και στις γοητευτικές χαράξεις της, στο φως που αντανακλά και παγιδεύεται, στη δυνατότητα να οικειοποιηθεί στο έργο της και να το ζήσεις. Θα σταθώ στη δύναμη ενός στιβαρού καλλιτεχνικού έργου που διαρκώς εξελίσσεται και που διεκδικεί δυναμικά την τρίτη διάσταση, καθώς ισορροπεί ανάμεσα στην αρχιτεκτονική και τη γλυπτική, γλυπτό που κατοικείται, έργο τέχνης που μετουσιώνεται σε δημόσιο χώρο ή μήπως δημόσιος χώρος που μετουσιώνεται σε έργο τέχνης. Εκφράζω τη χαρά μου και την τιμή μου.
Σας ευχαριστώ θερμότατα. Είναι συγκινητικά αυτά που γράψατε, δεν ξέρω πέρα είναι. Ευχαριστώ θερμά. Πολύ ευχαριστώ. Έχω να πάρω το... Αν εργάζομαι με πάθος μεγάλο, είναι για τους νέους, γιατί έχω δει στον εαυτό μου τι ρόλο έπαιξε το να βρίσκομαι μέσα σε τοπία τέχνης, που ήταν περιβάλλοντος χώροι από τα μουσεία. Δηλαδή, μουσεία δεν πολύ έμπαινα, δεν μ' αρέσει να παίρνεις το έργο και να το βάζεις στο μουσείο. Δεν έχει την ίδια ψυχική σύνδεση. Ενώ, σαν καθημερινότητα, άμα παίζεις με μάρμαρα, γλυπτά, δηλαδή περνάει στο αίμα σου μαζί με τη φωτάβια, μαζί με τη κλίμακα την ανθρώπινη. Γι' αυτό τα έργα μου είναι κατοικημένα γλυπτά τοπία στο δημόσιο χώρο. Δηλαδή θέλω οι άνθρωποι να είναι στο σχεδιασμό μέσα. Δηλαδή τα παιδιά ειδικά και μεγάλοι, όταν κάθονται να είναι σε μια φιλική σχέση. Όπως καθόμαστε εμείς στα βραχάκια και μιλάμε, όπως σε ένα χωριό κάθονται και μιλάνε, ας πούμε, οι άνθρωποι χωρίς να είναι ταμπού και γίνονται εξομολογήσεις. Είναι ένας χώρος που έχει μια σχέση με την έννοια της δημοκρατίας, η οποία γίνεται καθημερινότητα. Οι άνθρωποι μας αρέσει να συμπλακόμαστε, να μιλάμε, να δημιουργούμε.
Στα τέλη της δεκαετίας του 90, ο θεωρούμενος δικαίος αναμορφωτής της πόλης της Λάρισσας, δήμαρχος Λαμπρούλης, με κάλεσε να σχεδιάσω και για την πατρίδα μου πλατείες. Και έτσι πρότεινα, επειδή αποκαλυπτόταν εκείνο το καιρό το αρχαίο θέατρο, να δημιουργήσουμε στις δύο κεντρικές πλατείες και το ιστορικό κέντρο της πόλης τη χαμένη σχέση με τον Ποινιό, με το ποταμό της, ώστε να υποδεχθεί αυτό το τοπίο το αρχαίο θέατρο, δηλαδή να μην στρίβει σε μία γωνία και ξαφνικά να βρίσκεσαι μπροστά στο αρχαίο θέατρο. Και έτσι προσπάθησε να δημιουργηθεί ένα τοπίο το οποίο έχει την ίδια ιστορικότητα όπως και το αρχαίο θέατρο, εκ μέρους της φύσης.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ όλους και ευχαριστώ και ιδιαιτέρως τον διευθυντή του αρχιτεκτονικού περιοδικού, τον κύριο Μπατζόκα, το Archisearch, τον οποίο ομολογώ ότι πριν από 20 χρόνια, όταν κάναμε με την Ασπασία Κουζούβη, την κόρη μου, την Δυτική Περιφερειακή ημιτού, επισκεφθήκαμε μια μέρα την Καρτέκο για κάποιο υλικό, δεν μπορώ να θυμηθώ, και είχα ενθουσιαστεί γι' αυτό την επιλογή, το γούστο. Είναι ένας χαρισματικός άνθρωπος, αυτό θέλω να καταλήξω και ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ. Χαίρομαι που είμαι εδώ. Εδώ τώρα είναι το timeline των έργων μου. Είναι πώς, επειδή δεν είμαι αρχιτέκτον, το ένα έργο προϋποθέτει το προηγούμενο. Δηλαδή δεν μπορούσα ποτέ να κάνω το επόμενο αν δεν έπαιρνα την εμπειρία in situ, γιατί ήμουνα πάντα με τους μαστόρους στα εργαστήρια για να μπορέσω να λειτουργήσω στα επόμενα. Και έτσι είναι, ας πούμε, τα έργα, Λάρισα, ξέρω εγώ, στη Καία, βλέπουμε εδώ, το σπίτι που το κάναμε την Ασπασία, Δυτική Περιφερειακή ημιτού, αυτά τα μόβ είναι που τα κάναμε με την Ασπασία και τον ταμάρι του Διονύσου κάπου εδώ. Και ήθελα να πω, κλείνοντας, ένα χαρακτηριστικό. Βασικά θέλω να πω ότι είμαι πολύ ευχαριστημένη και από τις συνεργασίες μου με τους επιστήμονες από τους Δήμους που δώσαν την ψυχή τους για να γίνουν αυτά τα έργα. Ήταν ορισμένοι άνθρωποι, αλλά είναι ιστορικό. Δηλαδή, δεν μπορώ να πάω σε κάποια πόλη, στην Αθήνα, σε κάποιο χώρο που είναι οι επιστήμονες που συνεργαστήκαμε και στο ΕΠΕΧΟΔΕ. Αλλά επίσης οι μάστορες, για μένα είναι το κορυφαίο γεγονός, διότι έπαιρνα, ας πούμε, καθώς ήμουν κοντά τους, έβλεπα ότι ήταν εκτελεστές μέσα σε έναν χώρο συγκεκριμένο, στις ποιότητες του ελληνικού χώρου. Που αυτές οι ποιότητες είναι μοναδικές και αν θαυμάζω κάτι στον εαυτό μου, θαυμάζω δεν έχω έπαρση για τίποτα άλλο, μόνο για την τρομερή ανάγκη που αισθανόμουν ότι έπρεπε να υπηρετήσω τους χυμούς του τόπου. Και ήθελα να είναι, επειδή από παιδί έζησα σε ένα ανοιχτό μουσείο που ήταν η Ελλάδα, θεωρώ ότι πρέπει να το περάσουμε και στα παιδιά μας, να μην χάσουν αυτό το φοβερό στοιχείο που έχουμε, το μεγάλο προσόν του τοπίου, της φωτάβιας, της Ελλάδας που είναι βαφτισμένη σε ένα περιβάλλον το οποίο δημιουργεί μια σχέση με το διάστημα, όλος αυτός ο χώρος και η παρουσία του ανθρώπου βέβαια και δημοκρατικά συναισθήματα όπου είναι η συμμετοχή των ανθρώπων μεταξύ τους. Και έτσι με ενδιαφέρουν πολύ οι νεαροί και τα παιδιά. Αλλά θα σας πω και ένα έτσι χαριτωμένο τελειώνοντας, ότι όταν ήμασταν στον Διόνυσο και κάναμε το ανοιχτό μουσείο Παλάζ Δομικής Τέχνης, την Ασπασία, είχαν δει την εξονή ιδιοκτήτες, είναι ιδιωτικό έργο των Μαρμάρων Διονύσου, και μου ζητήσαν να πάω στο λατομείο επάνω. Λοιπόν, σε αυτό το λατομείο, επάνω δεν πήγαιναν με αυτοκίνητα, τίποτα. Απλώς με πήγαιναν και με αφήνανε, ας πούμε, σε ένα μέρος και εγώ ανέβαινα επάνω σε ένα τρομερά καταστραμμένο χώρο. Ήταν μια ενεργό λατομείο. Η μαστόρη, λοιπόν, ήταν οι παλιοί λατόμοι που θα κάνουμε το έργο, οι οποίοι βγαίνανε, ας πούμε, πώς πω, πίσω από τις πέτρες και με κοιτούσαν, σου λέει, τι μας φέρνει αυτή τη γυναίκα, τι θα κάνουμε εμείς εδώ πάνω. Εν πάση περιπτώσει, μετά από 3 χρόνια που τελειώσαμε, αυτοί ευχαριστήθηκαν πάρα πολύ που ξαναφτιάξαν τον χώρο που είχαν λειτουργήσει και το είχαν χαλάσει. Και όταν πλέον τελειώνοντας είχαμε κατεβεί στο κάτω μέρος που ερχόταν και τα μηχανήματα, μια μέρα ήταν λάσπη, βροχές και ήταν κάτι θηριώδες πέτρες και ήταν και ένα GCB, γιατί όλο το άλλο έγινε με τα χέρια 135 στρέμματα. Και ήταν πολύ δύσκολο να στερεωθούν κάποιες μεγάλες πέτρες. Εγώ, μεταξύ από την εξονή, είχα μάθει με τι τρόπο θα τις στερεώναμε. Και τότε ευχαριστημένος ο αρχιμάστορας, έτοιμη για σύνταξη τώρα αυτή, γυρίζει και λέει στον GCB που ήταν απάνω. Και λέει, αυτές οι γυναίκες που βλέπεις έχουν ένα καινούριο επάγγελμα. Λέγονται γλύπτες βουνών. Σας το είπα και τροπολογήθηκα.
Παρακαλούμε τον Βασίλη τον Μπαρτζόκα να έρθει στη σκηνή για την καθιερωμένη φωτογραφία. Φρεσκάδα, διαχρονικότητα αλλά και συγκίνηση κυριαρχούν κάθε χρόνο στα Archisearch Lifetime Achievement Awards. Για λίγη αποφόρτιση ακολουθεί τώρα το coffee break, στο οποίο σας προτρέπουμε να περιηγηθείτε και στους 3 ορόφους της στέγης για networking και προκειμένου να δείτε από κοντά τα προϊόντα και τις υπηρεσίες των χορηγών μας. Επιστρέφουμε ξανά στις 7 και 10.
Somebody waits for me, sugar sweet, so is she. Bye, bye, blackbird. No one lonely heart like stories. Well, they all hand me. Make my bed and light the light. I'll arrive late in night. Blackbird, bye-bye. pack up all my cares and woes. Here I go swinging low. Bye, bye, blackbird. Where somebody waits for me, sugar sweet, so is she. Bye, bye, blackbird. No one here can love or understand me. Only hard luck stories will they all hand me. Make my bed and light the light. I'll arrive late tonight. Blackbird, oh, blackbird, oh, blackbird, bye bye. Ευχαριστούμε πολύ. Thank you. Μάνος Σαριδάκης on the keys, Γιώργος Κοστελέτος on the drums, Δημήτρης Βασιλάκης, σαξόφωνα κλπ.
Έχουμε 3 και 29.
Ωραία, παίξουμε το Comes Love ή το Comes Love. Το παίξαμε το Watermelon. Κάνταλο. Ωραία, ωραία.
Αλλά παλιά.
Ευχαριστούμε. Μάνος Σαριδάκης, Γιώργος Κοστελέτος, Δημήτρης Βασιλάκης. Ευχαριστούμε πολύ. Συγχαρητήρια για το εξαιρετικό σας συνέδριο, το ΕΣΟ. Και ευχαριστώ τον αγαπημένο μου φίλο, brother, τον Βασίλη τον Μπαρτζόκα. Thank you.
Αγκό. Οκ. Ωραία. Καλώς ορίσατε στην κεντρική σκηνή της στέγης για το δεύτερο μέρος της ΕΣΟ. Ιβάν, welcome on board again.
Thank you.
Μαζί με τον Ιβάν έχουμε την Σάρα Κολάτα, αρχιτέκτονα και ιδρύτρια του Disrupt Symposium, για ένα overview πάνω στο θέμα Business in Architecture.
Thank you, Dana.
Thank you so much. So, Ivan, how are you finding this amazing event so far? What's your highlight?
I think that as I've been summarizing a little bit some of the previous roundtables and so on, I would say, or my highlight would be that the energy that Vasilios has and that he kind of contagiously has given to all of us as speakers. I see that he has also, and that was interesting yesterday, speaking to some of you, he has been able to also give to all the people present here today, as I was seeing outside as well, and have this opportunity, this possibility of bringing architects together so that they can also find ways to collaborate or to find out or be more aware of what's happening around them. No? Sometimes when we're practicing architects, we kind of enclose ourselves very much in the office, and it's a bit difficult to also be aware of other things, other discussions that can help us a lot. So it's also been really, really great to see how distinctions, prizes we were speaking about, are also to discuss and to have this opportunity to focus on certain issues, but it is also a way to celebrate and to tell people that what they have done has been recognized by people. So I think that recognition, such as the one that the three that we have seen earlier, is also really, really something to thank the organization that it happens, because recognizing is also very, very important.
Absolutely. Thank you, Vasilios, so much for this. I think it's great curatorship and bringing amazing people together. Really enjoyable.
Yeah, and I also wanted to, as we were speaking about how your relationship with offices of architecture, the business of building is, and also your challenges with your work with different projects, such as the Disrupt Symposium that you organized now very recently, or some of the projects that you also are organizing together with Vasilios next weekend. So could you tell us a little bit more about this connection with offices that we were very interested in listening to them, like Gessler or Zaha Hadid Architects or SOM, and how they are doing?
Sure, it's a pleasure actually to talk about this a little bit. It's a passion of mine to cover topics of business of architecture, which is usually taboo in our industry. And we have a little video to show you from the last Disrupt, which happened on the 1st to the 5th of May, so just a month ago. And also, if time permits, I'll tell you a little bit about the event that we are planning for 25th, 26th of June here in Athens in Acto College. So if we can just play the video.
Disrupt Symposium, the first ever event organized for architects, engineers, and construction experts to come together to discuss ways in which we actually do what we do. Architecture projects are getting built every day thanks to the ways in which we imagine and create experiences. But at this event, we can stop and ask how. How do we do what we do? And can we verify whether what we do for our businesses every day is the right thing for building legacy, promoting a better work-life balance, and working only on a type of architecture we actually want to build? In a 5-day live virtual gathering, we welcome to stage C-level directors and leaders of key architecture practices to have them share with us their day-to-day efforts towards running better practice operations. It is them and their unique expertise in business which influence the success of the practices they work for. We bring to stage what until now was a taboo in our industry. With the help of UN Studio, SOM, Big, Soneta, Safdie Architects, Zaha Hadid Architects, Gensler, Perkins & Will, Woods Bagot, Arab, Amanda Levette Architects, and Simone de Gaulle.
So as you see, I have a chance to work with really inspiring people and great practices, and it is really just a learning journey for me as well, to understand better about business, and it's an honor to bring this to an audience such as yours. Therefore, Vasilios has invited me to create the first physical event, which is going to take place in Athens, and those are our speakers, absolutely tremendous people representing Greece, Athens. And the key principle at this Disrupt Symposium is to look at the blueprint, which is success in architecture. We believe that success leaves clues, and that if you want to understand better how to run your business operations, you want to look at exactly the actions of successful people. And by bringing to stage people that are partners and operate offices, responsible for client acquisition, branding, communications, marketing, recruitment, we can learn exactly about what they do and the strategies that they implement to be successful. So I hope that at Disrupt Athens we'll cover all these topics, specifically coming from the Greek background, therefore giving you all an opportunity as well to learn more about the business side of architecture in Greece. If you're interested to join us, you have the website disruptsymposium.com/Athens that you can go and purchase tickets at.
Thank you very much, Sarah. And I think that we will now continue to the next panel. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks.
Μια μεγάλη στιγμή έχει φτάσει για τη 10η έσω. Στη σκηνή έχουμε κοντά μας τον Peter Murray, Curator-in-Chief της New London Architecture, σύμβουλο του Δημάρχου του Λονδίνου και βραβευμένο με όποιοι μεταξύ άλλων. Ο Πίτερ Μάρεϊ θα συντονίσει το πάνελ που αφιερώνεται στην πολιτιστική κληρονομιά με τον Σάντερ Φερμούλεν από το Άμστερνταμ και τη Μαρία Λαγκαρίτα από τη Μαδρίτη. Welcome, Peter.
Thank you very much.
Και οι δύο προσκεκλημένοι μας έχουν κερδίσει το Ευρωπαϊκό Βραβείο Miss Van der Rohe και οι δύο έχουν μεγάλη εμπειρία στην εργασία με το υπάρχον, στο οποίο δίνουν νέα ζωή. Ορισμένες φορές ακολουθώντας αυστηρούς κανονισμούς για τη διατήρηση και την τοπική ταυτότητα, άλλες φορές αφήνοντας τους ανθρώπους να αποφασίσουν και να ολοκληρώσουν τη διαδικασία του μετασχηματισμού. Maria and Sander, also welcome in ESO. The stage is yours.
Fine. Well, take the seat. Well, we're looking forward to an interesting discussion now about cultural heritage. As you heard, I run New London Architecture in London, obviously. We are an architecture centre, and I wrote this charter so that it would be something which would drive our policies in order to help change the way that London works, policies that we create a greener, better, more equal city. And some of them may be slightly utopian, but they help to guide us in our conversations with government, with City Hall, to see how we can actually create better public spaces, better places for walking and cycling, a healthier city. Our motto is to bring people together to create a better city, and those sort of discussions are really important if we're going to have a single view of how we create the city that we want to live in. So we look at public space, we look at infrastructure, we look at buildings, but we also look at how people interact with buildings. And this allows us to engage with local communities, the local authorities, with City Hall, but also all the professions that actually go to deliver the buildings, the spaces, the places, and the infrastructure which make up the city. So today we're going to be talking about the culture and buildings, and one of the aspects of the development of London which has now been accepted within the London plan, is how we look at greater retrofit, reuse of buildings, and that, I think, will form quite a lot of our discussion we're going to have in a moment. So it gives me great pleasure to begin my conversation with Zander and Maria, and I'll come and sit down and tell you a little bit about what we're going to talk about. So, Zander is from XVW Architects, and he, of course, won the Mies van der Rohe Prize in 2017. And it was very interesting reading about the reasons why he won the prize. I mean, it's architecture from the bottom up, I think you describe on your website, is what you do. But also the Kleiberg housing scheme, which actually allowed people to regenerate their own apartments within a much larger, huge modernist development, which for most cities, I think they just knock them down when they're like that, but this is a really interesting way of reusing buildings. And then Maria, she had a special mention in 2013 in the prize, and that was for the Red Bull Music Academy in Madrid, and that was a sort of temporary habitat, sheds and planting in a building inside an industrial complex. And I thought these two schemes actually had quite a lot in common in the way that we reuse buildings and look at buildings, and how they change and they can be altered for different conditions. And that's something which now I think we have to really look at very seriously in a world of retrofit, climate change, and the circular economy. So, Zander, perhaps I can start with you, and you can have your 2 minutes, or I might let you have a few more, introducing yourself and the ideas behind that project.
Thanks, Peter. Yes, I'm started my professional my own office in 2010, in the middle of the economic crisis at the time, which made everything stop in the commercial project development world, and actually everything stopped in the construction industry. And this turned out to be a perfect moment to experiment with a way of doing projects which was not possible in the, let's say, the normal conditions that was there before. And Kleiberg came on my path. It was by accident. There was not a really specific strategy or idea behind it. It just happened to come across my path. And it was a project which was never about the architecture, because the building was already there. The architecture was already there. It was always about kind of making use of this existing building to achieve something which to us had a really clear public goal, i.e. offering affordable housing for a lot of people, which was also in the crisis at the time a really big problem. And reusing this block from the 1970s, it's 400 meters long, 11 stories high, by most people still called very ugly. And I'm not going into a kind of aesthetic appreciation of the building. I can only say that it works fantastically well in offering high quality housing for a relatively low price. And we wanted to kind of reclaim the quality of this project and show that the original ambitions of this project from the 70s actually were still valuable and meaningful in our current times. And I think this worked out quite amazingly, and that it was awarded with the Mies van der Rohe Award was an incredible surprise to us.
Yeah, well, congratulations. And Maria, so your building did have some of those aspects of reuse and was more temporary use. Can you tell us more about that and your work?
Okay, sure. We started a bit earlier in 2005, when the bubble was as big as it could be before explode. So there was a lot of competitions. Everybody was wanting to make like new buildings, new auditoriums, theaters, museums. So we started our practice by joining competitions about refurbishment. of the existing. We won one in 2006 to refurbish an old sawmill that took us to refurbish the Matadero warehouse that we was talking, and we were granted with the Mies mentioned. And first we were building our thinking around the issue. We understood buildings and architecture as like the perfect design, not time ship machine. It can travel. Architecture can travel through time. Here in Athens, it's quite obvious. It can travel through time, carry many things inside. No? When you have, as an architect, the opportunity to intervene in an existing building, and for real, what you're doing is like having the building in your workshop, fix something, take out something, put inside something new, and then send the ship back to this time travel. So where we saw at that time on the slaughterhouse, because Matadero is an old slaughterhouse, municipal slaughterhouse. It was working until the 80s, and then it was transformed into a cultural space. And the other building was an old sawmill from the beginning of the 20th century, and it was going to be transformed in a creation center. So what we first thought that those two spaces were incredible, well-designed workspaces. They were designed for people to work and make windows, or to make some sticks and meat out of animals. So, but they were incredible, high-quality spaces for people to work, ordinary works. So what we thought it was worth it to keep in the ship is the space. So in order to keep it, to make the space visible after our intervention, a transformation, a refurbishment, it was to create a parallel material language that could be introduced inside with soft materials, wood, plants, textiles, and so on. So they can make the building useful again, but keeping the space.
Very good. Now, this sort of change that we have in cities of reusing buildings, we talk in London, there's a big move towards retrofit, using structures for buildings, but actually there are a lot of older buildings in the city which have always been very flexible. 19th century housing or warehouses are being reused, but sometimes in the case of Maria's project for temporary uses, but now we're moving to a stage where actually when our subject today is cultural heritage, those pieces of cultural heritage actually have to be actively reused. You can't just reinstate the architecture, you have to find proper uses for them. Is Amsterdam now retrofitting more buildings than it's knocking down, Sander, or what's the policy in?
It's not a policy that you cannot knock down buildings anymore. Maybe it should have this policy, but I think Amsterdam has been, since the Second World War, has been growing by adding additional kind of layers to the city. Each decade has its own new neighborhoods added to the city. And what you now see is that for the last 10, 15 years, the city is kind of redeveloping from the inside out. The old harbor areas are redeveloping. And in that, the original old warehouses are being reused a lot. And of course, with the issues of climate adaptability and the changes in energy usage and generation in buildings, the entire city needs to be redeveloped in order to get this agenda going for the entire city. And of course, in Holland, we have this magical number now floating around that we should build 1 million houses for 2030, which seems like a huge number, but it's only 13, 40% on top of what we already have. If we want to make the cities work as a whole, the biggest issue we have is working on the existing fabric that is there. So it's going to be the biggest problem, the biggest challenge of the coming decades.
And how about Madrid?
Well, Madrid has many problems around housing. It's not because of the lack of space. Madrid can grow because it's in the middle of Spain. It could grow, but there's a lot of housing that is not occupied because it doesn't really accomplish what should be a house, a comfortable house, or more important, affordable house. There's a lot of housing that is already being built in the economic bubble, but there's not, people doesn't love those houses. They cannot pay it, but at the same time, they don't love it. And there's something very important in architecture that every time we create a new intervention, a new building, whatever, all the energy that is used to make it get invested in the building, it get like stuck in the building and preserved. But if people doesn't love it enough, this energy could easily be degraded. No? Many times we tear down buildings just because we don't feel passion anymore about them. No? We need architecture that is able to engage people, to care about this architecture, no? To love it, them enough, no? to become something with meaning. So I think what we have now is at least in the dealing, is too expensive, but at the same time, it's a lack of enthusiasm. There's like very standard space for standard families, but it doesn't fit anymore, no, to the new requirements. It's not possible to get divorced and share the house, for example. And this is something that is quite common and should be, so there's a lot to do with existing.
So how do we deal with retrofit, the need to do all the major changes we have to do to cities in terms of the topic we're talking about, is about cultural heritage. I mean, that you have a lot of buildings which need major, at least in Britain, major insulation, which sometimes means plastering stuff all over the outside or destroying the inside of the building. How do you actually find that balance? Or do we have to forget sometimes about how we protect the cultural heritage of architecture, even if it's modern architecture? And I find it very interesting that we're talking about the Mies van der Rohe Prize, and I was in Chicago when there were discussions going on about how Mies van der Rohe's ITT building should be renovated. And that, of course, is a large roof with a single glass wall all around it, and is very inefficient from an energy point of view. And actually, it was very difficult to come up with solutions that would both protect the architecture of Mies van der Rohe, but also make it a building fit for the 21st century. So there are lots of issues, aren't there, that maybe you have to change our balance between how we actually use buildings, how we allow them to change.
Well, I think so, and I think it's very convenient that not all the buildings in the city are designed by Mies van der Rohe, so we don't have that issue with all buildings. I think the buildings that we've been handed over from the last decades, and I think the production of the 60s and 70s and 80s is maybe kind of the biggest chunk of our cities at the moment. So this is maybe the biggest challenge that we're facing. Many of these buildings, they are the result of a lot of decisions and ambitions of that time. So I would think that we should never take them as absolute objects, which are there in some sort of perfection. They're the result of a lot of decisions. And in our time, in our day, in our age, we have to take new decisions, and we have to see how we can use the result of the decisions that Mev mentioned earlier, how they can still be relevant and meaningful in our contemporary time. And in the case of Kleiburg, we decided that say 85% of the building, the whole upper stories of the building with the housing units, was actually perfect. We literally didn't have to touch it at all, and we could hand them over to the future inhabitants just as they were, without any finishes. We just brought in some central plumbing and heating facilities, but that's all. The only thing that we did need to change was the ground floor zone, in which the building was really connected to the city, or in the original case, didn't really connect. It was just kind of a dead space where building and landscape connected. So in a large part of the buildings, we didn't do anything. We just said, good, also relevant and still meaningful in our contemporary times. But this ground floor, which were kind of really came from the functionalist dogmas of the Bijlmermeer, from the neighborhood in which it was built, that is really bad, that's really wrong. We should really change that radically and reprogram it and change it spatially. So that was kind of a nuanced evaluation of what was there, and according actions followed from that.
Yeah. And Maria, Centre of Madrid is obviously full of historic buildings of some significance. I mean, what are the sort of policies there in terms of greening older buildings of historical significance?
Yeah, the regulation in Madrid just changed last week, for example, in those terms. Because so far we weren't preserving architecture. We had like three stages of protection. One is like completely non-touched. Then something like have some interest around structure or how the program is organized around it, and we we just kept them all the basic stuff, and then the architecture that just give ambience to the street. To remember, no, another ways of living, another Madrilians, no, like we were sharing the same space, but not in the same time. But what we kept of architecture is just one part in my belief. I believe we just kept the mineral part. When we are preserving the ambience of a city, we just take care. We don't want to change, stones, the glass, the steel, and so on. There's a lot of parts of the city that has been disappeared, and that make those buildings work perfectly for example, in thermodynamics terms. We have missing all the textiles, all the curtains, all the shadows that they was there in the 18th century, in the 17th century, even in the 19th century, and we just didn't include it in our regulation rules. So I think what we should do is like complete it. In order to preserve it, even for more contemporary environmental terms, we should complete it with what is not there that we haven't understood as architecture, but it is architecture. It's just soft architecture made with another set of material language, but this is still architecture. For the same reason, I would say that for the ITT building, Mies van der Rohe building, it should be really nice to merge together again Mies van der Rohe and Lily Heights, and just put some textiles outside of the building. It could be outside and inside of the building. That's something that, for example, Lacaton Basal has reminded us that this is part of architecture. It might be out of the books since the 17th, 19th, 18th century. This is out of the books, but it is still architecture we can claim for.
Yeah, no, very good point. So there was a president of the Royal Institute of British Architects who back in the 1970s, when we had an energy crisis rather than a climate crisis, talked about that buildings should be long life, loose fit, low energy. Do you feel, Sander, that that's a methodology you would support, or does it lead to flexible architecture with no real identity, do you think?
No, I don't think necessarily. I think these three aspects you mentioned, I think they hint, at least for me, to, let's say, three layers of a building which have a different lifespan. So the structure has to be open for transformation, but it will stay probably a much longer time than other aspects. Energy systems, especially the technological part of that, they can change every 10, 15 years. So it makes sense to have these systems flexible and adaptable within time. Use of a building doesn't change every day, but it will change over time, but within a bigger structure which stays there. So I think each layer of this building can have its own language and its own quality, and I think that when the structure can have an identity, it will stay, it will root into the city, and the other layers might change over time and add to it, making it a layered whole. Something we did in Kleiburg too. It's the main structure is just literally what was built in the 70s, and then all the rest has been changed in more or less sense. And this makes the building, in one sense, a kind of a refurbishment what was there, but also a completely new building. And I think one of the qualities and identities and characters of a building can be its age. And by just preserving this structure and making it part of a kind of a temporal reading of the city, it will get a character without it being a kind of an expressive, aesthetic statement.
Yep. So, Maria, without a long life, loose fit, large building, your Red Bull project wouldn't have worked. So what do you feel about that?
Well, for example, when I was talking about making buildings that can get people getting in love about them, Red Bull Music Academy was a temporary project that is in the way to become permanent, no? Because people love it so much. So you can make people love people, you can keep the energy that was invested there. No? So, which is, for us, it was like the veiled objective, no? of the project.
So I believe you've read, which I don't think Sander has, a book by Stuart Brand, which was called How Buildings Learn. This was a book written, I think, in the mid-90s, where Stuart Brand, who had been the publisher of the very famous Whole Earth Catalogue back in the 60s and is a great supporter of long-termism, ideas around long-termism. He wrote this book which showed how buildings changed over time, and actually, in his view, how they improved and how people became more comfortable with them and enjoyed them. And to a certain extent, as we've been discussing just now, some of the original identity might have been lost, but there was a new identity by the sort of imprint of its occupants. You like that book, I believe.
Yeah, for us, this is like a manual how to understand architecture works over time, because architecture works on geological times. We have buildings here in Athens that have been like for 2,000 years or more. No? So this for us is absolutely crucial. When we translate it into more domestic understanding in our office, is that once you get a commission, you get like a family of clients. Just one of them is going to pay your fee. But you get clients which are the people that is not here, but it was at that time in the city or in the building. Sometimes you are making a new building, but in an existing context. So there's some responsibility of their legacy on your hands, and you have to deal with it. You have to make possible that this communication, to translate this knowledge or this experience to the person. And you also get clients that are not born yet. So you need to include it in your thinking, how this building is going to be transformed, how an architect 100 years from now is going to receive my spaceship, and what are going to be the rules to transform it. Is it possible? Is it not? Also, clients or the bunch of clients is getting bigger and bigger. Now we have the non-human clients. We have to take care also when we are thinking. Also, for example, now we are trying to create those buildings at the same time. We get the commission, and the client and the promoter is paying for it. We also want to incorporate those plants that are missing around, that some type of insects or birds that used to live there around the area cannot get the food anymore. For example, sometimes there are fruits or flowers that doesn't grow in the winter, but if they are close to a building with some heat, they can be there. So we try all the time to increase our, to make our commission more complex. At the same time, more as complex it gets, as easier it is to make a project. So.
But we're getting up to time. So, Zander, I mean, it's quite interesting when you talk about adaptation of buildings. I'm thinking of say, high architecture, that you look at buildings by, let's say, David Chipperfield, the Neues Architecture Museum, Neues Museum in Berlin is probably one of his, I think, one of his finest buildings, as he's done very good work also in the Royal Academy in London, which is taking old building but bringing something fresh to it, but nevertheless in context. Can you think of any examples of what you would feel work in that way?
I think there are many examples. I think Carlo Scarpa comes to mind also in this in this respect. I think a lot of these projects they are kind of modest in their role. They seem to acknowledge the fact that they are kind of a passerby in a longer history, which has been going on for a long time and will continue for a much longer time, and your intervention is just a small moment in time in a much longer process. And I think this modesty to just let's do only what's relevant and necessary at this moment, and just leave as much open for the future to be continued on that one. I think that's
and I think that's really nice. A small moment in time in a much longer process. That's a really nice quote for us to end on. And thank you very much for both your comments. I think it is really fascinating how our attitudes to newness and buildings have changed, and how many things will be forced upon us by our need to address climate change to create more sustainable buildings, and buildings that allow architects the freedom to amend them to suit the changing needs of society. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us.
So thank you very, very much, Peter, Maria, and Sander. I would be so wanting or willing to also continue and make some questions and so on, because obviously we've become friends and we have many things to comment, to conversate, and it was interesting when you were speaking about architecture also as this geological strata, no, in the long term, in the time. And I was also remembering some of your projects in which now I was seeing some of the images of the Kleber project, which unfortunately I haven't been able to see in the last 3 years live there in Amsterdam, and how nature has really taken over the parks and around the buildings and so on. And also we haven't had the time, and maybe it's not the moment to speak about the lives that buildings have afterwards, and where, for example, in Matadero, Madrid, due to a certain disuse of the building, plants started also growing by themselves, no? And they were taking the water and the resources that they could. So this reuse and how also nature and time transforms and makes them what they finally are, also through obviously the use that people make of them. So thank you very much. Once again.
But time is the enemy, so in the future we'll find another occasion that we'll be speaking about the afterlife of buildings. Και τώρα, κυρίες και κύριοι, στη σκηνή μας έχουμε τον Πάνο Σακά, την Εύη Διαμαντοπούλου, τον Τζάφερ Κόλπ και τον Γιώργο Μητρούλια, στο πάνελ με θέμα New Lives που θα συντονίσουν ο Ηλίας Μεσίνας και η Σάρα Κολάτα. Ακολουθώντας το ίδιο φυσικό ένστικτο της επιβίωσης του ανθρώπου μαζί με τον πλανήτη, υπάρχει ανάγκη να δώσουμε νέα ζωή στα υλικά που έχουν ολοκληρώσει τον κύκλο της πρώτης χρήσης τους, μέσω του σχεδιασμού, της τεχνολογίας και της δεξιοτεχνίας. Νέα εργαλεία μας φέρνουν νέες δυνατότητες, όπως θα δούμε από τους εκπροσώπους των γραφείων The New Raw, New Affiliates και Area, που εργάζονται σε διαφορετικά γεωγραφικά και πολιτιστικά περιβάλλοντα.
Καλησπέρα και πάλι. Ευχαριστούμε, Δανάη. We will do this panel in English. Now, the point where the past meets the future is the point where our buildings or design is taking form. We form the future by our present decisions. To give new life to a building or an object does not only serve the urban space, it also adds another layer in the community narrative. Our work becomes more meaningful because it's a natural continuity of something familiar. New life of buildings and materials requires often more of a human touch or a human scale of things. The human touch and the traditional crafts have the wisdom of sustainability. They are labor-intensive but provide more creative work and much less energy. Old buildings and materials are made to last. We just need to give them new life and new meaning. Sometimes discover what's hiding under recent layers, or we may find other materials to match what's missing. We can give new life to street benches and thus renew the public space and make it more inviting. We can also give new life to parking lots and turn them into hybrid parks. This is a project done by the team of Thomas Doxiadis at Eco Week. We can give new life also to the open space and create new playgrounds for a kindergarten by giving new life to tires and other reused materials. We can discover value in waste materials by providing new raw materials by cleaning up the environment. And we can give new life to the open public space by creating places for people. For example, an outdoor community library for a community center in Israel at a very low cost. Most important, as cities become more dense, we can give new life to urban parks, which are also becoming much more needed, with very light interventions and with new life to old materials. And now we'll speak about new life with our panelists. I'm joined by Sara Kolata. Sara, thank you for joining. Sara is an architect and entrepreneur helping architects grow their business. And Sara, would you like to introduce our speakers?
With pleasure. So first we have Panos Sakas. He's an architect, and together with Fotini Sataki, he's a founder of New Raw in the Netherlands. Next, we welcome to stage Ivy Diamantopoulou and Jaffer Kolp, architects and founders of New Affiliates from New York. And lastly, Yorgos Mitroulias, architect and founder of Area.
Okay, we'll start with the first question, which is about methodology and approach. How do you start designing? What factors drive the design? Is it the material? Is it the location? The existing building or the frame of a building? Is it the climate? In other words, give us a very short introduction about your practice. And we'll start with George.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having us here. So all the aspects you mentioned are, very important, and depending on the project, it all comes in the process. But if I would describe, what we do, with a word, I would maybe I would use the word dialogue. I think it's a Greek word, and we love to discuss. Dialogue means, you have a lot of people engaged in a project. We are a team of architects. It's not just one person deciding. And now the important thing is how to do a dialogue, because you can, discussion doesn't always help. We can all discuss things and then we mean different things. So I think that for us, we put a lot of effort in the representational aspect of architecture. So we do a lot of diagrams, a lot of physical models. I think that's very important also, and that facilitates a dialogue from the very beginning to the very end. And it also facilitates a dialogue between us and clients or us and a community. It's amazing how people can react to a physical model. It really, even before the project becomes a reality, a physical model can really, give you a glimpse of the magic of architecture, even for the person that is not an expert.
Great. How about you, Panos?
Yes, with the new ROS since 2016, we've been using design thinking and robots to craft plastic waste. And we do that through our own design methodology and our fabrication technique that we have developed in-house, and we continue developing it. Of course, both principals, me and Fotinis Setaki, we're architects, but what we are doing is a small scale for architecture. Nevertheless, for object makers, it's large scale. So in that sense, all our, let's say, in all our projects from material to object scale, we try to change the perception that we have about, let's say, existing standards, and try to create new narratives with objects that have a strong storytelling. Each task that we get, we treat it as a research project. Either it is a commission, or it's a collaboration, or it is something like a product development. But having said that, we do a lot. We really strongly believe in learning by doing. So from sketches to maquettes, prototypes, and final object, we do a lot of trials and errors, a lot.
Oh, great. And Jaffer?
Thank you, and thank you for the invitation. Thank you for having both of us here. This is a great opportunity. So first off, Yorgos stole my answer completely. I had only written one word, and it was dialogue, so I have to now reconsider. Otherwise, I'm just cheating. But yeah, look, I think for us, methodologically, our practice, New Affiliates, which we also started in 2016, you stole my other answer, always begins with kind of a phone call, and it always begins with a conversation. We believe that architecture is inherently and kind of ontologically a social set of social relations. It's a social medium. It's a social practice. So for us, that starts at concept, in discussing with our clients. It goes through design development, where we discuss with experts and sub-consultants, and finally through construction documentation, where we talk to our general contractors. The other thing that we really try and do is, and this is a touchstone for us as a practice, is think about architecture as a kind of anthropological process or practice. So for us, that means embedding ourselves within a kind of network of actors that basically build off of some sense of context, which might be a material context. It might be about like how a project is typically run, in a certain program or in a site that we're working in. So one example that I was thinking of, I think the clock's a little off, so I'll wrap up in just a few seconds. One example that I was thinking of is that we have a new project that we just kind of kicked off a couple weeks ago, and our clients, we went upstate in New York, we're based in New York City, and we went upstate to go visit this site of land, and I think our clients were so excited that we'd show up with our little sketchbooks and that we'd start immediately sketching ideas of form, and our first thought was like, oh, we have to call the civic engineer, we have to find out about plumbing, we have to find out about electricity, and they were, I think, a little disappointed because we weren't really performing the role that they thought we were going to. But in the end, what we do is create a context for ourselves to then kind of operate within, and the more constraints, the better, so we put ourselves in a straitjacket, and then we try and solve from there.
Awesome.
Wow.
Thank you so much for this answer. Next question, I think it's really important to ask why. Why New Life? If design, technology, international markets today give us so much freedom to create new buildings, why give new life to something that already exists? What drives new life? Let's start with Evie.
This feels a little bit like a trick question. Because on the one hand, right, there is an obvious answer. It feels like the ethical thing to do. We're all very much aware that when we toss things or when we trash them, they just don't disappear, right? They go somewhere, they accumulate. And we come from a sort of ethos of ecology that taught us to reduce, to reuse, to recycle, and that's a little problematic, right? Because there is opportunity hiding within those actions. Like being ecological, it's not only about being constrained and like restraining yourself, but it is about opening up opportunities and working with unexpected material, right? So there's something really exciting in not working with, in America, and I apologize because I'm Greek and I just have been brainwashed on the other side of the pond, but in America, everything comes in a 4x8 sheet. Like anything you design, like no matter what it is that you're looking to make, you still have to start from the same module. So when you are reusing, you're confronted with the challenge of, oh, wait, this has an irregular edge, right? It's both annoying, but also a good prompt to imagine things new.
Yeah, thank you, Evie. George, what is your take on this?
No, Evie stole my answer. But sort
we should rehearse this, I think.
I would say that, first of all, I don't believe in the idea that the free market and technology is going to liberate us. I think that there's always limitations, and limitations are a good thing, because as long as you know that they are there, and if you know that they are there, then you can work against them, or work with them, or work to subvert them. So limitations are a good thing, and it's a way to define freedom through limitations. So reuse is a limitation, because we have grown up, like my generation has grown up thinking, okay, your shoes are a little bit off brand, you can throw them away and buy new ones, and this lifestyle is very deeply within our society, but the planet is suffering. So reuse is a limitation, because you suddenly have to work with something that exists. You suddenly have to limit all your choices into maybe one or two. But that is an amazing creative opportunity, and I think that is, for me, that is true freedom.
Great answer. And Panos, what's your take on New Life?
Yes, I mean, we are in the New York, we are in the New Life business, so we are recycling and upcycling, better said, plastic waste. But it's more about the life cycle, so it's more about like thinking and planning how we can integrate what we are doing in a cycle. So where the things that we are using are coming from, materials, and where the objects, because in our case we are working with objects, are going to end up. And having said that, of course, it's important to know that what we do will not last forever. So it's always good to be able to, let's say, prepare and plan afterwards. And in our case, what we are doing, we are also working it on a material, let's say, level. So we try to create things that they are all made out of one material, so they can be easier, let's say, sorted out afterwards and crushed. So try to achieve, in a sense, different qualities with one material, not using glues, not making, let's say, the afterlife process challenging.
Great. Now, I will connect with what George said about challenge. Now, design is full of challenges, and as architects, we look for challenges. How does reuse create new challenges and opportunities for design innovation? I will start with Panos.
So of course there are opportunities because it's something new, but I think it's more important to find like what is the challenge you want to deal with by reusing. So in our sense, in our practice, what we are trying to do is we try to, let's say, create value. So through reuse, create value. And we try to do that either with environmental impact or with a social impact. So for instance, yeah, I mean, it should be another video, but I can talk about this project. We had started the project in 2017 from a bottom-up, let's say, initiative of us, tried to focus on fishing nets, like a very challenging, let's say, material waste that people don't know about it, but it's ending up wasted. And after a collaboration with the Katerina Skadridi Foundation, and just for the creation of a video, we managed to actually build, let's say, the conditions, so a new company would be created, not by us, but by our clients, that they would actually create a network of collecting fishing nets all around, let's say, Greece. So for us, this is really a big social and environmental impact. In that sense, also, it's always important not only to work on the material, but also with the storytelling. So with what we are doing, we are trying to create questions, we're trying to create dialogue, like what it is, why it's that, and try to connect the dots. In 2016, when we were talking about plastic waste or plastic pollution, you had to talk a lot about it. After 6 years, the awareness is already there. So now it's a moment that you can actually talk about something new through the project.
Great. And Jaffer?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would say we don't look for challenges. We try and avoid a sort of practice that's centered on a kind of laborious invention of kind of like workflow, and we try and take the easy way out generally. And actually working a lot in New York, that means adaptive reuse. It means kind of material invention around trying to keep things from over-circulating, right? So here's a Venn diagram in which ethics overlaps with ease, maybe, and that's the kind of territory that we like to operate within. I think that said, within the practice of architecture, particularly in sort of drawing through building, there isn't necessarily a tradition that we can inherit about how to document what exists and what you propose at the same time. There are obviously certain conventions that one can use, but here's where we have found the need to innovate, to use your word, I think, to try and rework how drawing architecture leads to different practices through construction that feel less wasteful and feel less laborious. So for us, in a lot of our projects, it means really just trying to draw through things and draw what's proposed, what's existing, and how to create new hybrids and syntheses between the two.
Well, great. And George, how about you?
You're talking about innovation, I think, in your question.
Innovation, challenge, opportunity.
So many loaded words. For me, I understand innovation as something that is not outside of history. Innovation always happens within the line of history. And if we look at the way the cities have developed the last 20 years, I mean, my generation, maybe previous generations can look at previous decades, but I think that there is a tendency, the economy of the globalized market, digital technology especially, create homogeneity, have the tendency to create homogeneity. You see a high rise in London and you see the same thing happening in Athens, for example. So this tendency of homogeneity, I think we have to resist and we have to somehow strive for diversity. And reuse helps a lot because reuse somehow connects us with the past, creates this continuity, and I think that is a very good, when it is possible, and usually it's always possible, but when you find the right ears, to listen, I think that it's a great way to create continuity, to create a narrative that connects us all to a place.
Thank you for this. I actually want to dig deeper into this concept of reuse. As architects, we seek freedom to be creative. How to reuse older materials to create new opportunities for creativity in design? Let's start with you, George.
Well, in Greece, the building industry is not very developed. Like we saw amazing examples from Spain and Holland, and it's not the same reality. We really have to create the road here from scratch, I feel sometimes. And I remember when we did this project with an artist, Celine Condorelli, it was funded actually by Stegi, by Onassis Foundation. It was to create this open-air theater in Agricultural University of Athens. And the artist wanted to create sort of an observatory, but also an open-air theater in the middle of the garden of the Agricultural University. And she was interested in recycling something, reusing something, and we didn't know where to start. So we started looking around the Agricultural University. We went to Iera Odos, and there are all these madres with demolition material. And we found the stairs that we all know from old houses in Athens, and these metallic stairs, if you take them out of the city and you put them, in the middle of an orange grove, they become something totally different. They become, they start to raise the question of, what is the city and what is the countryside, what is natural and what is man-made. And it was, for us, it was very satisfying, such a small project to be embraced by the students, and it's still operating as an open theater for them outside of the exhibition.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for this example. Panos, would you like to give us an example from your work?
Yes, of course. So, for instance, I don't have a specific example in this question, but for us, creativity is about transforming, let's say, plastic into all sorts of different types of materials. Our principal idea is very simple, and it's common that waste is a local resource, so we should use it like that. And by using, let's say, technology as a tool and not really as a solution, we try to explore different, let's say, possibilities from the sense of maybe innovation, possibilities from the sense of creative, let's say, visual outcomes, but in any case, we try to create, let's say, different qualities from the same material, because plastic is a very versatile material. We believe that it is a good material, that it's used in the wrong way. So we try to find the proper applications, and through the tools that we're using, we're trying to find unexpected ways of actually transforming this into something new, into like a new raw material and a new material that we can use for architectural or other furniture applications.
Thank you for that. And Evie?
Maybe I'll start with a disclaimer and say that, a third of what we do as New Affiliates is large-scale installation and exhibition design. And there is a particular paradox in this kind of work. Like, you kind of revisit newness and again, and we occupy large-scale institutions like 19th century mansions or, a former armory. So we constantly rewrite these spaces, and then we see everything trashed. And that produces a specific kind of guilt to us as makers and as specifiers of these materials. So in the context of this work, and after an invitation from an arts biennial called Performa in New York City, we devised this project that's called Drywall is Forever. And the project specifically was made out of drywall scraps collected from a series of exhibitions that closed within a specific month in New York City pre-pandemic in 2019. So essentially what we did was call everybody up in the dialogic way that Jaffer described in the beginning of this conversation, and just ask them, are you deinstalling? We're at an art forum, your exhibition is closing, can we come get some scraps? We got all of that and produced this new version of a white cube wall. And in so doing, we had the opportunity to imagine like a new aesthetic for this wall, right, where everything was not seamless, and where the sort of lettering survived or the joints became this other version of an ornament, and the space of art viewing was no longer completely objective or pretentiously new, even though we're all architects here and we all know none of it is new and none of it is seamless. Yeah, I think I'll leave it there.
Thank you.
Wow. Okay, so now we'll look some examples. Now, Ken Young said recently in our podcast interview that to teach young architects you do it with motivation, and that's good, but you also need good examples. Now, would you please give us at least one example of your work that is based on the reuse of material or a building part, giving it a new life. And of course, here, Jafar, I would love to see your mock-up project.
So Evie's described one project that we tend to use as an example. Another one maybe is, as you referenced, this project that we call test beds. And test beds, which we started in 2018, started with an observation that architectural mock-ups, which for those of you who don't know, are essentially large-scale one-to-one basically tests, and they can be for visual properties or performance properties. They're built out of the actual materials of the building at actual scale. So imagine just a corner of a building made out of like steel and glass and marble and stone, etc. As soon as they're reviewed, they're thrown away. And this is a $200 or $300 investment that's just trashed after a day of kind of looking at. And we thought that was sort of ridiculous just in the sense that it produces both a lot of waste, but also involves a lot of investment in time and resources. So we wanted to think of a second lives or a second life for architectural mock-ups. At the same time, we were walking around the city noticing that a lot of the garden structures in community gardens in New York were in varying degrees of sort of dereliction, and they were sort of falling apart because they're made out of really cheap materials. So we had this idea that we would approach the Parks Department and say, hey, look, we would love to bring architectural mock-ups out of the trash to community gardens as anchor points or cornerstones to make little structures. And the structures that we're talking about include greenhouses, tool sheds, little outdoor living rooms. And amazingly, we were not laughed out of New York at that point. The Parks Department was incredibly generous and partnered with us on the project. So now we are working on our first pilot project, which is actually in construction while we are here, which is sort of terrifying because we're getting a lot of updates about it, working and not working, as always happens. But we're doing a pilot project where we took a piece of a high-rise building in Tribeca, New York, and brought it all the way to Queens, for those of you who know the city, near JFK Airport, and we're making it into this 3-part community shed. So that's my example with 2 seconds to spare.
Wow. George, what example would you like to share?
Okay, an example would be a project we just finished, and it's in Athens. We call it Spolia, because Spolia is this amazing word that came from my days as an architecture student in the history of architecture. You know, it's an age-old tradition of taking fragments of buildings and putting them in new structures. So you have a column inside, you know, holding up a chair, a Christian church, and this idea is something really old. It's not something new, of course. So Spolia, we took this word to describe the project, and it's for the Hellenic Institute of Culture in Paleopsychiko. It's a former Bodosaki residence. And they invited us to rearrange their outdoor spaces to use it for public events. When we visited the site, it was a little bit abandoned, but we were amazed that we found all this a pile of concrete columns of Ionic order from the 30s that were a part of a was part of a demolition from that project. And we said, okay, what is this? You know, we need to work with this. And it was very hard to convince the people, especially the people that were working with the budget, to use these columns and to transport them. It's a very heavy object, of course, because it's a concrete element. And so, you know, it was a dialogue, but it was a very intense dialogue. We convinced them in the end to do it. And now it has become really the identity of the project. We took the column, we placed it horizontally along the garden, and we sliced it up in pieces to expose the concrete, the materiality of the column that we, usually know that it's marble, but that was a concrete column. And this gesture, this very simple gesture, created an element that is now part of the new life of the garden, and it's appropriated by the visitors in multiple ways. Every Monday they have open lectures. You should go and see.
Great. And Panos?
Yeah, so our favorite project is it's called Print Your City, and it's actually a project that somehow it's not again the right video. It's a pity, but it's a project that actually concludes all our. It's a 360 overview of how we want things to run. So it's about like using plastic waste as a local material to build your public space. So it's about like creating a local factory in the city where citizens can actually come, bring their own plastic, be part of a participatory design process so that they can actually build part of their public space, maybe even choose also where it is. So it was an idea a bit visionary, a bit aiming high, but we were very lucky in 2018. We actually got the opportunity to realize it in a field of the city of Thessaloniki with clients, the Coca-Cola company, implementation partner, the city of Thessaloniki, where for 1 year we actually managed to have in the center of the city an experience center where people could actually come and learn. They could see live what was happening. There was an application where people could actually vote, where things would be placed, or they could actually add some, let's say, features in the furniture or add colors, like simple things. But in any case, they were bringing their plastic, and at the end, the result was like in a radius of 15 kilometers, everything happened inside there. Like the plastic was collected by the city, it became raw material, the citizens were actually throwing the plastic, they decided what it's going to be, the things were placed in the city, and it's a very good example of a hyper-local, let's say, application. Because usually what we do, our base is in Rotterdam, so we either have to export our, let's say, products, but sometimes this, let's say, it's in conflict with the whole concept of like really using plastic waste as a local resource. Anyway, we're very lucky that we actually made it before COVID changed our lives, and now we're doing the second chapter. So the last 2 months we are in Elefsina, and we are doing the Print Your City also there. It's going to be smaller scale. Trying new things, but yeah, this is a project that we really show as an example of how things would like to be done.
Wow, super.
Excellent, thank you so much. To wrap up this panel, I'll ask one question, one sentence to define new life in sustainable, zero-carbon architecture. Let's start with Panos.
Okay, architecture is, yeah, okay, maybe I'm not the right person, but for us it's definitely, yeah, circular, definitely local. I mean, locality is very important.
Excellent, thank you. Evie?
Perhaps one that is less insular, right? And one that engages different audiences. We've been talking to each other for too long.
I love this. And George?
I would say that it's about narrative, because reuse has this itself is a story. It's like taking something from a place and treating it and placing it somewhere else. So I think it's above any form or any aesthetic. I think that's a story is always a better way to approach architecture.
Excellent. Thank you so much for this.
Great. Would you like to give a closing statement?
Yes, I mean, for me, my takeaway from this panel certainly was kind of reflected on how far we've come, actually, and really jumped at me a mention that some of the reuse practices that we use today are not new anymore, and I quite like that, so I wanted to celebrate that sentence, because I think it's worth to look back and say, okay, we have achieved something. There's a lot of work to still be done, certainly, but I think there's a lot of architects nowadays that are looking into sustainability.
Wow. So well, it's been fascinating, all these ideas we heard. What I would take is, I think we heard dialogue. I think we heard challenge and avoid challenge and flow. I liked what Jaffer said. And I think that in a world of sustainability, I think there's a lot of new opportunities. And I think that there's a great big opportunity, especially for the young architects and designers, to look for the new aesthetic, which is also sustainable. So thank you very much. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you all for being here today. Τα σπίτια μας είναι οι χώροι που ζούμε και στους οποίους αποδώσαμε τεράστια εκτίμηση τα τελευταία 2 χρόνια. Το πάνελ που θα παρακολουθήσουμε εκπροσωπεί τη φωνή των γραφείων Lacaton Vassal, Place Frédéric Drouot και Paris Doral. Πώς σχεδιάζουμε τη στέγαση και πώς ο σχεδιασμός μεταμορφώνει τους ανθρώπους και την περιοχή, πώς μεταμορφώνουμε αυτό που υπάρχει και πώς εμπλέκουμε αυτούς που το κάνουν σπίτι τους. Υπάρχουν ήδη απαντήσεις, αλλά σίγουρα χρειάζεται περισσότερη εμπιστοσύνη και συμμετοχή σε πολιτικό επίπεδο, όπως θα καταδείξουν οι καλεσμένοι μας. Ο Ιβάν Μπλάσης συντονίζει μια συζήτηση με τον Frédéric Drouot και τον José Toral με θέμα Housing Forms of Living and Sustainability Through Transformation. Ivan?
mainly our important intentional goal is to understand how architecture could become a platform for everyone to create their own existence. And I believe that right now, one of the biggest crises is that architecture is imposing a way of living instead of allowing people to develop their own possibility of inhabiting this planet.
Architecture as a profession tends to be quite closed in a way. It's among its own circles. So it's one of the great challenges, how to explain it to the people, because it affects so much our everyday life. I mean, how important is the quality of our living environment? How important is the planning of our apartments?
The needs of the clients and the society are changing regarding the way we use and move in the public space. So this is a new trend. I mean, we're going to find ways to live and to experience and to connect more in the open space.
The mission today would be to rediscover the space of infrastructure by readdressing it in a way that is geared towards the multi-use, not only the car, but all the users of the public space.
The main difference, hopefully coming through the New European Bauhaus, is actually that this is becoming a general mindset in the society and also among the architects. It starts with the landscape planning, with the infrastructure, with the traffic planning, and all these factors which are coming before you start to plan a building.
I had this very naive idea about the architect author who sort of makes something, creates an object, and that is admired, hopefully. You don't need to make those gestures. We're very bad at looking after things well in our society. We're very good at sort of throwing away and starting again. And that we need to become guardianships of our built environments.
When you have a name like Mies van der Rohe attached to an award like this, there's no doubt that the aesthetic quality of a building and how the details are resolved and how the context is also carefully thought through by the architects and the planners, there's always this consideration, ultimately, the aesthetic quality of the buildings.
Many of you have moved down here to sunny Florida to retire. Say amen. Amen. You came down here to Retirement USA. Yeah.
When we grew up, a retirement home was a place where you went to go and die. This place will add 10 years to your life.
Howdy, howdy.
Howdy, howdy.
You can relax and enjoy life.
Happy whatever day this is.
The Villages offers that escapism, and I think they underestimate what they cost the community at large. Oh! What makes the Villages the Villages? They want to control everything.
The Villages have their own rules and regulations. That's because they got money.
They just keep buying hunks of land and adding more and more.
This is the fastest growing community probably in the U.S. We know we're in a bubble, but it's a nice bubble.
Fox News on the Voice of the Villages.
This is a weird social experiment.
How did we get in this situation?
My impression is not that the villagers are against you. Most of the villagers don't know what's going on.
It's nothing new. It's not the Villages. It's how capitalism works.
They have taken everything.
People are working against this, so it's not just us.
At some point, it's just going to be a head-to-head kind of fight.
So thank you, Frédéric Drouot and José Toral from Paris Toral and Frédéric Drouot Architects. And I also want to thank Marta Peris from Paris Toral, who's also here today with us. You could sit over there and I'll sit here. To have this last panel, actually, and to speak with you about, we called it forms of living, no? And we decided to show these two short films. Sorry, it's a trailer, both of them. One of them is a summary of what some of the ideas, opinions that the jury of this year had on how they were choosing the works, and I want to thank, obviously, the work of Spiros Pengas, the jury members, Tatiana Bilbao, Francesca Ferguson, Mia Haag, Trino Hari, Marcel Smets, and also Georg Pendel, who had a really tough work in deciding and taking decisions. And we had some very, very interesting conversations that now we're continuing here with you. And the other one, it's this community in this case in Florida, in the United States, but and the film, actually the documentary, which I really also kind of encourage people to watch, has been done by an Austrian filmmaker. She's from Austria. But this is also a situation that we find here in Europe, no? Gated communities, or this will of living in these single-family houses surrounded by a garden, which has to do with another part of the title of this panel, which is the part in which we think about ecology, about the planet, and so on. And to begin with, so we see kind of different examples, and obviously your work has a lot to do with where people live and the construction of housing, social housing, collective social housing, and also the renovation, in some cases, of existing buildings. But one of the things that appears in the trailer of The Bubble has to do with how these people choose a way of living that we can afterwards also speak about, in which they kind of choose their neighbors, so they know the average kind of people that they will find around, but there's no relationship or no interest in the whole documentary in knowing about what's happening around that space, the people that are already living there, and also how that is affecting the ecosystem, the one where there's the animals, the vegetation, but also the human one. And I think that I would like to ask you about this specific issue, about how, when you're building housing, for example, in Grand Parc in Bordeaux, or in Cornellà de Llobregat, we have this impact of that transformation from a derelict neighborhood, a place, in both cases, it's neighborhoods that people in our minds we have as places that we don't want to go to, that we should just kind of forget about, and how through these transformations, through these ways of working in these places, you have managed to slowly change that mindset, no? On how people are living and how those neighborhoods are. I don't know, Jose, if you want to begin?
Oh, yeah. Talking about the documentary, The Bubble, there are interesting things that I think they are very positive, like this idea of sharing. They get better, the way of living improves because they share some places and they can go together to some places, and this is some good things, but then they have the other hand that they need a lot of space and they have to move with these cars, so there is no walkability in this space. So it's like a utopian situation that I think here in Europe we don't understand it too much. But because in our case, we understand that 70% of the city is housing. So when we do housing, we have to understand that we are part of the city, and we have to be able to being a small part of a big discussion, and being able to fit there and generate this relation with the community. Because in our case in Cornellà, we were building in the same place where there used to be a cinema, and so we tried to be able to put a piece in the city that was able to give back this identity the citizens they had over there, and being able that the spaces relates with the city.
And in your case, Frédéric, in the case of Grand Parc Bordeaux, how has that changed the perspective?
I think it's changed a lot. But just before, I want just to say that I have a great respect for the stupidity. It's not my problem, in fact, because we can change everything. All the time there is this kind of organization. Okay, but if I come back to Bordeaux, it's a very large-scale housing. It's near 530 housing in the center of Bordeaux. Bordeaux is a city very bourgeoise. And when I was young, I live here, and everybody say, you don't have to go to the Grand Parc, to this city, because it's building in 62. And it was for the poor people, it was a two-part of Bordeaux, really two-part of Bordeaux. And what the question is, first, is not to try to change the mentality, is just to work with people who live here, pay attention to existing things, and give the best with low money, very often, but change the benefit of the situation. And consider before that it's not ugly, but it's fantastic. Because very often we speak about this kind of area or dwellings or buildings in a very bad term. And if we consider that it's not, maybe there is some problem, okay, sure, we are here for that, but there is a great capacity of this building. You can increase the benefit of each. And after that changed. We work every time from inside to outside. That means that very often I say that the scale of an apartment is the distance, the view, the perspective you have, not the number of square meters. And that means that from the Grand Parc you see the city. And that means also that you are inside, you can go in the winter garden, you can go in the balcony. It's like a villa, in fact. And if you see the city from your apartment, and if you see the apartment from the city, there is a porosity between that and that. We speak about ground floor, maybe we have to speak after that, but the question is the porosity of that. It's not the limit of the building, of each building. And I hope that when I see architecture, I don't care about architecture. I say, this building is kindly or not? No more. And if it's kindly, it could be kindly from inside and outside. And that's the participation of the city. And I don't believe in the separation of urbanism and architecture. I prefer archibanism or urbatecture, I don't know what, but that's a reality. You have urbanism and architecture. And if we stay in this way, there is just limit between that. And the porosity and what we have to speak today could be impossible. All the time impossible. There is more factory. For that we can speak about diversity, about mixity, about many things, but when we impact a big, large scale like Grand Parc, and we give the best for each people who live inside, we impact the city.
And when you speak about kindness, the kindness of buildings or of what is built, is that something personal that each person can kind of feel differently, or is there also a certain objective way of seeing how a building can be kind to the city, to its citizens, and so on?
Kind is it's very simple. I don't know if you.
Or maybe it's me.
No,
I don't know.
Better, it's better maybe. I have to speak in English.
That was French, so everybody was understanding you very well.
Okay, okay. No, kindly, it's very simple. It's you have the possibility to live, and you have the pleasure to live. And when you are in an apartment, you can go outside, you can move, you have a lot of fluidity, you have a lot of light. I think you have a big smile. And if you have a big smile from your balcony, the people who are in the street see your big smile, and you can smile to these people. So it's very simple, in fact. It's just to give a pleasure to each people.
And you were speaking about porosity, the ground floor, this connection of the buildings, which is also part of the kindness or the kind of way of receiving people that go home, but also those that live around. How did you work, or how do you work with that ground level, with this connection to the sidewalk, street, or other plazas?
Yeah, for us, it's important the intermediate spaces. So it is also talking about this kindness, because in the upper floors, having this intermediate space between the inner space and the city, it gives you this space of relation that makes it very easier to do these kinds of relations. So, and we also think in the ground floor that, for us it's important that you enter to your house, not where you enter up in the upper level. So when you enter in the first with the first gate. So we in our building we made a port. So you have this intermediate space between the city, and you keep this small distance, and then you enter through a patio, and there are 4 stairwells, but all of them they enter through the same door. That's very important for us, because that gives this possibility of sharing one space for the community, and then all neighbors, they can meet and they can understand, they form the same community, and all of them, they enter the same door. So the house begins there. And then you're getting some more privacy spaces. So when you enter to your plan, it's a private level. When you enter to the terrace, to your house, it's a private level. When you enter to the room, to the common area of the house, it's a private level, and you enter to your room. So it's all like a sequence of privacy that begins from the street. So this, for us, it's very important to be able to make this relation between the city and the house. And also, I think this is a problem that we have in Europe, is that we have been, our ground floor has been full of commercial, and now we don't need that much commercial anymore, and we don't have these intermediate spaces in the ground level. In Barcelona, now we are talking about superillas, and we are rethinking how we have to do the streets, but we are not thinking of giving this space. The green areas are not close to the facades. So, and we are losing an opportunity to give this intimacy or this privacy or this intermediate space between, because as we cannot maintain as many commercials as we have, maybe housing is the solution of our ground floor problem. So, because we have a lack of housing and we have an excess of commercial. So, we have to be able to generate these intermediate spaces that make this relation be kindly, as Frederic says.
Because in the case of Grand Parc Bordeaux, this relationship of the ground floor with the neighborhood, it works differently than in the case of Cornellà.
Yeah, because it's Grand Parc Bordeaux is a typical case of large-scale housing. You have blocks and a great area around. And the question is, in fact, a question of porosity, but also how to entretenir.
Entretenir.
Thank you. Maintain all this large area, because it's very simple in Bordeaux, but if you take the case of many suburbs, it's a big problem because nobody has money for that. And I think that it's more interesting to give this area to the people who live here rather than to let the area in a phantomatic way. Because very often municipality do less, are not so intelligent for use this kind of area, and people can use it for easily. That I'm not sure I'm clear, but I try. I'm sorry.
Yeah, because I think it's also interesting that when we see, for example, in the bubble, the houses of the people that are living outside the bubble, we could say, or we all live in bubbles, but maybe different ones, that they have these single-family houses, farmhouses, which have the ports, and that's a relationship to a garden, and then the relationship to the forest and to the street. And the others have these houses that they have looked up online, on internet, and then you can choose. You can see on internet, on their webpage, you can choose different models and so on. But it's this kind of very similar prototype of house in which there's parking garage or main door and directly this connection with the car. So here you were already introducing this issue of how we also meet outside our houses, and not in this case probably immediately, but they have to travel, they have to take their car to go to a place, which is the plaza, where they will have certain other uses, other communal uses. So what you were speaking about walkability, I think would be interesting to discuss.
To be sustainable, we have to not only do a building that is sustainable, it has to be in a place that is sustainable. And that means that you have to be able to be the 15-minute city. So you have to be in a distance walking 15 minutes to a hospital, to the school, to all the services that you need to do your daily life. And I think in these kinds of places, they solve it taking the car and then going to a center and then having like these common areas. But also, if they want more services, they have to go outside to the city. So maybe being in the city and having like this relation. So that's why in Spain it's very important the public transportation. So. Having this relation with the metro or with that helps to make this 15-minute city, and I think this is why in Europe we take it differently than in the documentary.
In any case, when you see the documentary, it's interesting because many of these people, or most of these people, have lived most of their lives in big towns or cities, and they are kind of fed up. They consider that they have already given everything that they were supposed to give to society, and now it's their turn to enjoy their lives. So what they have in their image, in their minds, and so on, is that this perfect life, the space that they want to live during retirement, and so on, is about a house with a garden. In this kind of community. I think it was interesting what you, Frederic, were saying before, that probably what you are also working for is to understand that if the quality of the apartments, the housing, the typologies is as the ones that we find in Cornellà or we find in Grand Parc, then probably we'll start changing this mindset. Would that be kind of the way that you work in the quality of buildings, so that, because it's impossible that all of us live in a garden house, and it's not, as you were saying, possible if we want this dense city?
It's for this reason we speak about villa. When we work on, first, it's very interesting to work on existing building because that gives the possibility to create some space very large and very atypic. And you spend generally from a good situation to the wonderful situation. And when you speak about villa, we consider the same question. Say you are inside, you can go outside, and you can move, you have flexibility, you can pass from the living room by the winter garden and the balcony to the room or the bedroom or something like that. You have a big, big liberty. It's like in a villa. And I think it's near what they have. They have the liberty to go outside, to come inside. We don't have golf, we don't have this sort of amusement, but we give all the time the capacity to live very simply and with a lot of flexibility and fluidity. And I think it could be interesting to work on that. At the beginning of pandemia, sorry about everybody speak about pandemia. Okay, me too. So in Paris, there is some publicity who say, okay, because everybody was inside, they say, okay, speak to your neighbor from your balcony. But there is no balcony. So it's an invention. There is no balcony, not enough. No. So we have to work in the rapport of the porosity from inside to outside. And it could be changed, this kind of comportment. I don't know, but I don't care about this kind of guy, but I'm very preoccupied by people who have small housing and a lot of people inside, and we try just to give the best for them. And we can do that. If we consider, if we see if we do that, okay. Sorry.
Okay, thank you for that. I have one, I think, last question actually, because there's something that I think is also very interesting to have in mind. We've been speaking about data and how collecting data can be useful for different aspects and so on. But I think that sometimes we have to differentiate also between research and data. And your projects also come from research, from thesis, from thinking that doesn't say, oh, now I woke up and the floor plan, this typology is the one, or extending. And so I would like to, on the one hand, underline the importance of, we always speak about Lacaton and Vassal, and they're absolutely great, and they merit all the prizes and so on. But together with Frédéric Drouot, and Frédéric Drouot was really on top of a research project which is called PLUS, and which started with Paris, but then you've also kind of dealt with this investigation, this research in other cities around the world. But I would, and in the case, it should be Marta maybe answering, but there was also a thesis, a PhD doctorate on the filmmaker Othu and the floor plan in the Japanese culture that also had an influence, no, in that case. So I wanted to at least give you the opportunity to say some words about these previous steps, which are so important and that give many tools also to politicians in many cases to improve things, although sometimes, unfortunately, they're not used as much as we would like.
Yeah, I begin.
You begin, yeah, Jose.
No, because in our project, the important thing is that there is an investigation in the typology because the aggregation is not the dwelling anymore, it's the room. So we try to begin to think what happens if all the rooms are the same, and very interesting things happen because if they are all equal, there is no hierarchy in the house. So we find out that we have a house that has no hierarchy, and that means something for the family and for the dwarf genders. And also, if they are all the same, there are more flexibility because everyone can change the rooms and you can interchange the spaces. So even though everything looks very rigid, it's more flexible, and you have this indetermination of the space that gives the user the capacity to choose how they want to live. So the clue was, which has to be the size to this to happen. And that's where the PhD of Marta about the Japanese house gave us the clue of using the Japanese 8-tatami room. In Japan, they don't call the spaces by, sorry.
I think you have to look that way. When you
Okay.
turn around, then it's
Oh, sorry.
I think.
They don't call the spaces by their use, they call it by their... They call it by the size. So this is...
So they don't call it by the names of the spaces, but instead by their sizes. I
Yeah,
think. Now
so an 8-tatami room, it doesn't
maybe
work,
so.
no? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the 8-tatami room is a room for 8 persons, and the Japanese culture they reprogram the uses of the room during the day. So that's why the rooms we choose they are 13 square meters. They are bigger than the usual, and that's why it gives some flexibility to this space.
Frédéric, could you tell us briefly about Plus, please?
No.
That's not that easy. It's
Not
a real
about
incredible...
Plus, yeah. We take the experience of Bordeaux and Paris, and we say, okay, if we want to work on the city, we can find the possibility to on the existing area, find the possibility of mini extension and many transformation. We have to take case by case all the city, point by point, dwelling by dwelling. It's a lot of work, but we can find wonderful apartment and increase the density of each city without new road, without new réseau. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Without cutting trees, without expropriation, without nothing. That means that the city can don't move, but they are more kindly just after that. I can shorter, it's impossible.
No, it is absolutely impossible.
No,
it was several years
just
of work.
one point, which seems very important. We speak about housing, we speak about city. We have a problem in France. Maybe I think it's everywhere. It's a selection of housing, office, We put everything in the box. We have a problem of capacity. You speak about area we need to work, not so far. We have to change something. We have to speak maybe not architecture, but capacity. Capacity to work, capacity to live, capacity to move. And we have to speak about reversibility of each kind of building. That means that we have to adapt some kind of construction. When I see your apartment, it's incredible. It could be also an office. It's very simple. But we have to change the norms and the rules in the same time. That means that it's also a political problem.
Thank you very much, Frédéric and José. We thought we would not fill in the time. We managed.
Thank you, Ivan.
Thank you very much. If you want, please remain seated, because I will also call the rest of the speakers of today for ESO's group photo, the established one. May you all come to the stage again. Και οι παρουσιάσεις της ΕΣΟ μπορεί να έχουν ολοκληρωθεί, ωστόσο στους 3 ορόφους της στέγης συνεχίζεται το networking και η ευκαιρία για λίγη περισσότερη συζήτηση με wine and cheese. Σας ευχαριστούμε όλους που μας τιμήσατε σήμερα με την παρουσία σας.